Select Board meeting of October 1st, 2019. We just came out of the executive session. First order of business is announcements and updates. Do Select Board members have announcements they'd like to make? No? Well, I have a couple. First of all, a minor thing, or not a minor thing, but the first thing is I want people to be aware of a program, MBTA Youth Pass, which is a monthly pass for $30 for youth between ages of 19 and 25 who are residents of Brookline Housing Authority buildings or enrolled in a GED or job training program or taking part in federal or state income-based programs such as Mass Health, WIC, food stamps, Section 8 housing, etc. You can apply for this pass on the 4th floor of Town Hall. And this is not for students enrolled in public schools. They have their own separate youth pass program. This is for those people who need the subsidy but don't fall within that category. So, next. I understand there is high interest in the issue of cannabis here in this town. So I want to sort of make a statement or a report on what the town is doing about the many comments, complaints, compliments, and recommendations regarding the operation of the Netta cannabis store in Brookline Village and soon to be open sanctuary store on Beacon Street. Select Board has received these complaints by email, by letter, by people stopping us on the street, by phone call, and we have been listening and working with residents, Netta, and town officials to identify ways to mitigate some of the problems that we have heard about. I'm going to mention a few. I attended Netta's annual meeting on September 24th at the library, as many of you know, because many of you were there, and heard the complaints and comments from those in attendance, and I responded to questions that were directed at me. It wasn't fun, but it was, my job, and I hope that it was helpful in terms of indicating to people that we are listening. Doesn't mean that we agree, and doesn't mean that people have convinced us, persuaded us of their position, but we are listening and we are responding. The town takes seriously, for example, complaints of illegal and inconsiderate behavior that people have been discussing and telling us about. We have already deployed additional town resources for parking enforcement. You may have noticed that, and it may be inconvenient to some people, but it's going on. Litter control, which is very important and not necessarily related to Netta, and park ranger patrols in the Brookline Village area. We're trying to perform parking enforcement in a way that does not impede local residents and their workers or friends in their use of the public streets. Other steps may be taken to address parking complaints in the near future. Among the other complaints is the concern that there is not sufficient police enforcement in the surrounding community to control, among other problems, public consumption and general inappropriate behavior, not necessarily by Netta customers, and when Sanctuary opens on Beacon Street, it'll be more than their customers who will be causing some of these problems, as they're causing them now, since I live in that community. So on the agenda for next week will be a vote on a reserve fund transfer to be used as sort of an advance on the community impact funds the town receives under the host community agreement with Netta. Without such a transfer from the reserve fund, the community impact funds under the agreement would have to be appropriated at town meeting before they can be used. So we're trying to speed up the process of using those funds to mitigate some of the impact of Netta in this case. My computer is talking to me. How do you turn this thing off?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Volume.
It's listening to me. The reserve fund transfer and subsequent use of community impact funds will be used to deploy dedicated resources for enforcement in Brookline Village, including increased police enforcement, increased parking and traffic enforcement, additional resources for litter control, for example, the so-called big belly trash compactors, which I think are pretty cool and very useful, and increased monitoring of local parks, particularly the park that's used by the old Lincoln School and Emerson Park in the immediate area. This will be the model that we will use in other communities with community impact funds from those operations. For example, in the sanctuary community, there are two parks, St. Mark's Park in Vernon, and then Griggs Park down on Griggs Road, which we're very concerned not be a sort of place for people to loiter, whether customers of the cannabis shop or otherwise. Loiter inappropriately. We've had discussions with NETA most recently on Monday when Select Board Member Hamilton and I, along with Assistant Town Administrator Melissa Goff and First Assistant Town Council Patty Correa, met with NETA to present proposed operating and other changes in response to neighborhood complaints. They quickly agreed to most of our proposals, and the others we will have to discuss, and I'm sure we'll reach an agreement that will be satisfactory, at least with respect to some of our issues. This will be a model that we will use in other communities with, we will have similar discussions with Sanctuary and any other stores that are licensed in Brookline in order to be proactive and anticipate problems and direct them to fix those things that are easily fixed before they get out of control. At a future Select Board meeting, we will have a so-called 90-day review that was provided under the license agreement with NETA, license conditions, to review the opening and closing times of the store, among other matters. And finally, I'm going to propose to the Select Board, we have not discussed it because we haven't noticed it, that we convene working groups of neighbors in communities where there are cannabis stores. These groups can give guidance to the Select Board on how we spend community impact monies and suggest other actions to reduce the problems that people in the neighborhood surrounding the stores have identified. They'll also help us gather the information that will enable us to ensure that any actions taken are targeting problems that have been identified as based on reliable data and actual problems emanating from the cannabis stores. So that is my statement intended to sort of update people on what we've been doing proactively to address the many comments, complaints, and recommendations we've received from the community. So, unless there are other announcements or comments, public comment. So let's start off. People on my list, Sloan Furnace, regarding NETA.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here's some materials, if you need them, this backup stuff.
All right.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm here to speak about concerns I have with NETA and to represent other neighbors on White Place and in Brookline Village with similar concerns. My name is Sloan Furnace. I live at 10 White Place, close to NETA. I've lived on White Place for 8 years, first at number 26 and now at number 10. I have two small girls, ages 6 and 9, who attend Pierce. We moved to White Place when my oldest daughter was a baby, and it's the only home both my girls can remember. I'm also a scientist at Dana-Farber. I voted yes for recreational marijuana, but now regret my decision due to all the problems I have witnessed. So I'm going to quickly go through the photos in the interest of time. The first photo on May 3rd was a woman emptying her marijuana products on White Place. The second on June 11th, a man urinating at 2 White Place. So Liz Linder and I share a driveway, and that's the man in her driveway taken from my driveway. July 2nd, a man witnessed injecting himself in the groin on White Place. He responded that it was tweezers he was using on his groin. July 20th, a woman smoking marijuana at Liz Linder's at 2 White Place, taken from my driveway. July 23rd, man and woman smoking marijuana in front of 20 White Place after being kicked out of Netta. They had been lying down in the middle of White Place, rolling around in the street minutes before stumbling down the street. I called the police, Netta had not. July 25th, a man smoking marijuana in Davis Court. August 11th, a man urinating in the driveway a few feet from my dinner table. I called the police. August 12th, an Uber driver waiting for a Netta client blocked my driveway and wouldn't leave. I took a picture and he called me a fucking asshole. Then he went and brought the police to my house, who told him he couldn't park there. I should also mention that he came onto my property all the way down my driveway to my rear door and wouldn't leave until I finally went inside. September 7th, car with Rhode Island plate parked illegally for 45 minutes blocking my driveway. I called the police. September 14th, urine mark from a man peeing on 2 White Place. My 9-year-old daughter witnessed this and came to tell me. I called the police. That man who was urinating, I had my daughter come outside and tell me who it was, and she pointed to this man who's under the tree. He walked back to stand in front of the walk-in line in front of Netta. September 20th, a man lighting up in front of 2 White Place. I called the police. And then just ending with a couple pictures of what Brookline Village and now White Place looks like. Trash at my house and a panhandler who regularly hangs out on Washington Street. Since Netta opened on March 23rd, I've watched the demise of my neighborhood. Besides my personal annoyance with the circus of loud voices and noises outside my bedroom past 10 p.m. on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and often other nights of the week, I have seen the Brookline Village community transformed. Like many people with young families, my husband and I moved here for the great schools, walking lifestyle, and quiet village life. We have spent the last few years renovating a fixer-upper, what we could afford in Brookline, but felt it was worth the financial sacrifice to put so much money into our house because we love our community and have loved living on White Place. The last 6 months have saddened and angered me as I've watched a business ruin my street and neighborhood. White Place used to be populated by residents, young families going to work, going to the park, and small business owners or contractors doing work on the street. Many Brookline residents would even go out of their way to walk down White Place on their way to work just because it's such a quaint street. That has changed to a steady stream of Netta customers and Uber drivers who have no connection to our community. Most are from Boston and who have outright disrespect for our community. As you have seen, I have witnessed public urination, public consumption, trespassing on my property, and these illegal activities have become a regular part of my life. Netta has also attracted users of additional drugs beyond marijuana, people so high on something that they were rolling in the street, and apparent heroin users. Initially, I confronted customers who were publicly consuming, but experienced aggression by both customers and Uber drivers dropping off these customers. I now call the police on a regular basis who respond, but it's always too late. I have seen no repercussions from the police with the exception of a single parking ticket. Despite what Netta says, there's often no detail on site. I've witnessed this myself, including no detail on a busy Saturday night. I often don't feel safe in my own home, especially when I'm home with my young daughters alone at night when my husband's traveling for work and people are smoking outside my house. These pictures are just a fraction of what I've witnessed with regard to illegal activity. Often I can't find my phone, my storage is way too full, which I can't figure out how to delete things. And as I said, I initially made the mistake of speaking to violators myself. Netta claims to want to be a good neighbor, but they clearly are not. They're a business primarily concerned with making all the money they can at the expense of their neighbors. Up until this point, Brookline has supported Netta and seems focused solely on dollar signs. Brookline and only Brookline can now fix the situation. I urge you to see the forest from the trees. If regulatory measures are not put into place, Brookline will no longer attract young families and property values will decline. It's time to reclaim the family-friendly Brookline we all know and love. Thank you.
Thank you. Edward Campion, also speaking on Netta.
Good evening, Edward Campion. Lived on Walnut Street for over 30 years. And you just heard, and last week heard even more, about the details of the disruption. Netta is being very disruptive to the whole wider neighborhood, not just to the houses that are immediately adjacent to it. The flow of traffic, the misbehavior, and the Netta mob of recreational marijuana users. It's a huge crowd. It's over 2,000 people every day. It's open from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And something needs to be done. If nothing is done, sooner or later, the town is going to find a way to get rid of all marijuana sales in the town, undo the approval. So I think it's in your interest to take some real steps. Having a group to talk about where to put trash cans and behavioral clues and signs isn't going to do a thing. But one thing can be done, that is, and can be done soon, reduce the hours. The hours shouldn't be from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. They should be from 6 a.m. till 6, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., and on Sundays from 12 to 6. That can be done. Netta will resist it because their investors want a big income, and the more hours they're selling, the more money they're making. But it would help to reduce the pain on the neighborhood. The other thing that can be done and should be done is to go, at least for recreational marijuana, by appointment only. Order ahead of time, come and pick up the marijuana, rather than joining the mob outside and then the mob that hangs around after purchasing. We hope you'll consider doing something substantive, negotiating or demanding of Netta to reduce the hours, to reduce the pain on the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Arthur Conquest?
Good evening. Arthur Conquest, 115 Tappan Street. In another part of your agenda this evening, 5D, you have question of approval and adopting the civilian complaint process review report and to identify policy issues for future board consideration. One of my concerns is that how can you approve and adopt something that we haven't seen? I mean, at least you might want to give the public an opportunity at some point to see what is it that you're going to discuss and maybe adopt and approve. Is it possible? I mean, I'm not saying that you can't discuss it, but the fact that you might approve it this evening, I think is unfair to the public, to citizens in this community.
Yeah, thank you, Arthur. On June 6th, we had this before the Select Board, and we had a fairly significant discussion of it. And because of a number of issues that were raised with respect to the report and the separate police policy, we decided to put off the vote on the report to this meeting. So we're going to vote on the report, accept the report from Bobby Nabel and Kelly Race this meeting, and then at a future meeting, we're going to first have a hearing and then a discussion and vote on the actual police civilian review policy. So the report and the policy itself were available back in June, and we're just moving forward on it at this point.
But haven't you made, I'm sorry, haven't you made changes in the report?
Oh, we didn't make changes, although Kelly and Bobby did add an addendum, so explaining some of the issues that came up at the June 4th meeting.
Shouldn't we be able to see that, the addendum? That's all I'm saying.
I can give, yeah.
And would it, I mean, maybe you can put it online and vote on it, next week?
Well, I think we just have to accept the report. It's not something that requires, much more than just the board accepting it. We should put that online, and I apologize that it wasn't online. But, this was an addendum that Bobby and Kelly felt would help explain their position. It's really not part of the, well, it's part of the report in the sense that it's an addendum, but.
I mean, again, I think that maybe, as the public, we should be able to see the whole thing, addendum, the report itself.
Okay.
And I know before you adopt it, and I'm not sure that it's going to hurt to do that at some point between now and when you try and approve it next week.
I guess, what do other board members think? I know this is out of line in terms, because we're going to be discussing it later on, but.
Well, I think Arthur has a point that it should be online and people should be able to see it. But we're not actually, we're just taking it in, basically.
Yeah.
And we're not voting on it tonight. We're not making any changes to the policy tonight. That will come, and you will have plenty of opportunity to comment on what we're doing with it. We're just taking it in from them and accepting it, and then,
But that's not what it says here.
Well-
That's not what it says, that which went out. It says approving.
Well, yes, approving and accepting.
Approving and
the-
adopting, and adopting.
Adopting the report.
Yeah.
The addendum that I referred to doesn't make any changes to the report. Matter of fact, is mainly quotes from previous year's report that sort of address the process by which the report did its, report was done.
I mean, just your wording alone, I think maybe you
Okay,
should.
so, yeah.
And
I
I'm
agree.
just requesting that you give the public some time to see what the addendum is, and maybe then have that which we can, look at, and maybe have our own comments when the time comes.
Well, we gave the public an opportunity to comment.
You did.
After
I
the
understand that.
June 6th meeting. We didn't get any comments that I'm aware of. And, I want to move on right now with this report, accepting it, because they did what they're asked to do, and, we need to acknowledge that and move on to the important issue, and that is the changes they recommended to the actual policy itself. And those changes, will be subject to a hearing before we actually vote on that.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you say approve and adopting.
Okay, well, that maybe we should have rephrased or phrased it differently.
So
Okay.
I think you have to, correct
I
your.
acknowledge, sometimes
Okay.
my wording, it's not my wording,
Cor-
but sometimes the wording is not precise.
We shouldn't have to suffer because of your mistakes.
I don't think you're suffering. I
Oh,
mean,
well, the fact that we don't have a chance, okay, to see what it is, okay? You're making a change?
okay, I don't want to get into a
Okay, I
debate back and
understand
forth. The report was available June 6th. We asked people to make comments.
Mm-hmm.
No one made comments. Kelly and Bobby asked to add an addendum which explained aspects that were raised as questions at that meeting. They did that. It doesn't change. They're not changing the substance of their report or their recommendations. They just want to add that for the record. I'm letting them do that, and I don't think there's any further need to discuss that before we vote.
Okay, I mean,
Okay.
you're in the chair there, but I'm just raising that issue, okay?
But make sure that you review the policy and how we have incorporated the recommendations into that policy, and bring your comments to our hearing in the next meeting or so.
To your next meeting, or,
No, I'm not going to say the next meeting. At a future meeting.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
which will be,
We haven't decided yet.
Okay, yes.
The Jewish holiday is coming up next week, so we're sort of juggling that and some issues with the school committee and joint meeting with them, so we haven't set a definite time for that hearing at this point, but it should be in the next couple meetings.
Okay, but you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, please, all right, that's, slip on with those words, okay, in your policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. So, next, Nicole McClellan, discussing Driscoll.
It's also on our agenda.
Also on our agenda later on, so.
Thank you for that. Big news in town. Nicole McClellan, town meeting member, precinct 11. I know you're all really surprised that I'm here to talk about Driscoll. But I did realize this weekend in a couple of conversations that I had that that's what you've really been hearing from this group is Driscoll, Driscoll, Driscoll. And what you haven't been hearing are the conversations that the core team of people that are organizing around this have been having privately, which is much bigger than just Driscoll. And I don't think we've done a good enough job representing that to the public and to the select board. So I wanted to talk about that briefly. We've been working on how do we frame this campaign. It's not just for Driscoll. What we've come up with is a campaign, Build Brookline's Future. We have a draft of our first mailer if we do get Driscoll on the ballot and can bring it to a vote. And it's really about Driscoll being the next step, but not the only step. And this is a team of people that has parents from Driscoll, but also Pierce, Heath, Runkle, just in our core group, and we have commitments from people in every single precinct and every single school to help work on this campaign, Build Brookline's Future, not just Driscoll. And beyond that, this is a team that's spent, I really don't know how to quantify the number of hours talking about the schools in Brookline, how the puzzle pieces fit together, how the numbers work, what we need, and that's really what we're here for. My hope is that this campaign, if we can run with it, with Driscoll, will help us establish a foundation and a framework that we can use well beyond Driscoll and the next steps of Pierce and whatever is beyond that, solving additional problems. We're really interested in that. I hope you see this as an opportunity to bring in additional energy and new people who are willing to work long-term for the schools and for really campaigning to help get this done for Brookline. I did hear Chairman Green mention briefly a joint meeting with the school committee. I hope that gets scheduled soon so you can hear from them that they voted unanimously in support of the warrant article for Driscoll. And that hopefully we can maintain that fall 2022 move-in date that's so important, not just to Driscoll, but to other relief in the town, and fiscally important as well, to not lose that time and that date. So if anyone wants to take a look at the mailer, we do have them. I'm happy to send them to you if you haven't seen it yet. But we have a lot of planning that's ready to go as soon as we get the green light from the select board. So I would encourage you to hear from the school committee and vote on that as soon as you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicholas Gertler, also on the subject of Driscoll. Okay, again, we're going to be discussing this later on in the agenda, so please make it quick.
Okay, I'll be super quick, just to add on to Nicole. I'm a Precinct 11 town meeting member, joined town meeting in May, right after the first vote on this. And I, given the age of my children and where I live, I'm locked into Driscoll at current course and speed until the year 2030. So this is a fairly long-term commitment. What I've been really impressed with this full discussion of Driscoll and how it fits into the broader situation of the Brookline schools, that everyone is really committed to doing the right thing. So I think that's really heartening, and it's just a question of figuring out the best way to do the right thing. My understanding from Interim Superintendent Loomis and the school committee is that really all roads lead through Driscoll to get all of these schools renovated and expanded. So there's really not a scenario where Driscoll doesn't happen. And so the one suggestion or one piece of life experience I'd like to share is how my wife and I approached moving from renting in Boston to buying in Brookline. We basically knew we were going to do it. but we kept putting it off. And when we finally did buy our place here, it cost a heck of a lot more money than it would have 5 years before. And from what we understand, the rate of inflation on construction, given the size of the Driscoll budget, is about $1,000 an hour. So every day that passes, this becomes more expensive, and all indications are that this does need to happen. So given all those things, we very much hope it happens sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Albuquerque, Coolidge Corner and it looks like Netta, so I assume it's also cannabis related.
Yes. So good evening. My name is Anna Albuquerque. I am the mother of 2 kids that attended the Brookline Public Schools, and I am a town meeting member for Precinct 1. I'm here today to ask you to consider requesting that retail marijuana stores work solely on a reservation ahead basis, to limit their hours of operation, and to stop issuing new operating licenses until we better understand its impact on our community. There is new research that shows that kids that live close to retail marijuana stores are more likely to consume it. And as you might know, Coolidge Corner is the choice place where teenagers hang out. It is our responsibility to protect the safety and health of Brookline kids. I'm going to read a passage written by Dr. Edward Chastka, which is a psychiatrist and consultant of Karen, a world-class rehab center for addiction, about the impact of marijuana on the brain, which is particularly important for the developing brain of kids. So he says, marijuana suppresses your emotional connection to yourself and to other people. It damages your memory and concentration, decreases motivation and achievement in life, restricts blood flow to important parts of your brain, damages the fiber tracts that help the brain integrate, decreases your intelligence, and increases your risk of anxiety, depression, and psychosis. People often ask me if it isn't okay to just smoke a little on the weekends. I say, sure, you can smoke a little if you only want to do a little damage to your brain. Every little decrease in your emotions, your memory, concentration, motivation, and intelligence, and have just a small increase in risk for serious psychiatry disorders. Go ahead. The point is that while the amount of damage marijuana does, it relates to the amount you smoke, severe anxiety, depression, or psychosis can strike the first time you smoke, and there is no safe dose. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Yukit Wu. Good evening.
I'm Yukit Wu, behalf of JHW
Talk
Holdings.
directly into the microphones.
And speak up.
Sure. I'm Yukit Wu, behalf of JHW Holdings LLC, and I'm applying for the food vendor license on 1378 Beacon
Okay.
Street.
It's on our agenda.
It's not on our agenda, so.
No, it is, it is, but it's not the
It's
time.
later on the
This is still
agenda.
public comment.
Okay,
Yeah.
so,
We'll call you up when we get to that point in the agenda.
okay,
Sorry. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. Let's go to 5A on our agenda.
See Regina coming through.
Regina.
I couldn't get my, the list, there were too many people out there and I couldn't find it. Regina Frawley from Precinct 16. I rise for 2 reasons. First of all, I don't know who could not be moved by the woman from White Place. But I have to scold you because many of you were sitting here when you voted for those licenses. And I can tell you I was very active in the meta process. All of these complaints were virtually presented to you, was going to happen. And you ran ahead because you're blinded by the money. And now the consequences are for people living in their homes. I had no doubt that she told every word she said was factual. And probably she doesn't even know how many more aggressors are in there. You have to have compassion and do something that's best for the community, not just for the money for investors in Netta. The evidence is piling up that there's really nothing other than money. There's no good coming out of Netta. So they've offered you humble alternatives, appointments for the recreational, etc. You have to do something very serious. This is not the way for people to live in their homes and in their neighborhood. That's point one. Point two, on the agenda shortly, that's why I rose quickly, you're going to be approving some kind of milling for Russet Road where I live. We just had the majority of
Okay,
Oaks.
why don't you bring this up at that point in the agenda?
May I speak at that point?
We've already exceeded our
May I speak at
allotted
that point when
We've
he-
already
when-
exceeded our allotted 15 minutes for comment.
can't hear you.
And now you're,
Say it again?
bring this up at the point in the agenda when we're talking about the Russet Road project.
Shortly.
Okay, this is not the appropriate
I'll be glad
time.
to do that. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be good if you wait for the point in the agenda. Okay, moving along. Question of approving the minutes of September 10, 2016. Any edits or corrections from the board? Seeing none, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Question of executing and approving authorization for a lease purchase of a total of $523,287 of equipment for the Department of Public Works. Mr. Giannakakis.
Thank you. David Giannakakis, Chief Procurement Officer. I'm here tonight to request you to execute and approve the authorization for a lease purchase of three large pieces of equipment for the DPW, various divisions. I issued bids a little over a month ago, received 5 responses. The low quote was TD Bank at 1.83% interest. This has been an annual program for the DPW that they are buying their equipment through a lease purchase process, and I respectfully request approval and execution of that lease.
Any questions? Hearing none, I move. Pardon?
That's what Mr.
Oh, Mr. Ninian. This is what you're interested in. Okay.
I have many interests, Bernard.
Don't I know?
So I'm Scott Nenian, town meeting member from Precinct 10, and I'm just briefly on this item. I note that in May, warrant Article 23 called for noting the energy sources of vehicles in budget request and prioritizing fully electric plug-in hybrid and hybrid vehicles. All of these vehicles are diesel-powered, as I understand them. But I'll note that the compact excavator is made by Volvo, EC60E, and they actually announced this year that they are going to stop development of that entire line of diesel-based excavators, and starting in 2020, they will all be battery-powered. So this is a little premature for this year, but I would hope that the town continues to investigate the electric options, especially as they make requests up to state and other leasing agencies, so that people know the demand is there. And I'm optimistic and hopeful that it won't be too long before heavy equipment of this sort will have non-diesel options. Thank you.
Great. Okay, any?
That's correct. The DPW is aware, and they're looking into both for the sweeper, Elgin, the Pelican model we have here. They're looking at a hybrid model that should be available in the next 2 to 3 years. And correct that all the excavators from many of the manufacturers are being going to be replaced by electric and hybrid models. So as we go forward, in the spirit of both the article and just good business and climate responsibility, we'll be looking at electric and hybrid vehicles for every vehicle type purchase and
Great.
equipment type purchase.
Good. Any questions, comments? No? Move approval of the lease purchase. Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, Regina, this is your issue, but wait, let me introduce it. Question of approving and executing contract PW 20-11 Russet Road improvements in the amount of $148,999.70 with LaRusso Corporation, Plainville, Massachusetts.
Call him Peter first.
Pardon me?
Call him Mr. Ditto first.
Mr. Ditto.
Good evening. This contract is for the reconstruction of Russet Road from Independence Highway to the West Roxbury Parkway, and that's a distance of approximately 2,000 feet. Russet Road's in pretty tough shape, and both the commission and I believe that if we don't do something for this road, we're going to lose it this winter. So that's why we're here for that one roadway. National Grid has not been apprised of this project yet because it was pulled out of line because it was so bad. We will be scheduling a pre-construction meeting the latter part of this week where we'll get a schedule from National Grid for doing that study. The three bidders that submitted the proposals have all worked in Brookline. Any one of them could do this job, and we recommend that the board award and execute the contract to LaRusso Corporation.
Any que-
What's the standard of construction? What's the method of construction?
So could you describe for us the method of construction, how you're going to do this, and
Sure.
what the impact on the local community would be?
All right, this road will, what we call mill and overlay. So a mill is basically a grinder that picks up the existing pavement and then to a depth of between 2 and 3 inches, and then on top of that, in place of that, goes a new pavement. The castings that need to be replaced will be done so, and at the end of the job, there'll be line painting that will finish it off. It's basically a 5-day job, very simple.
During the daytime?
Yes.
Okay.
There should be minimal interruption to the residents.
Okay. How about the smell of the new concrete or new asphalt? I mean, is that an issue?
Not that I'm aware of.
Ms. Frawley, do you have a question or comment here?
Good evening, Regina Frawley from Russet Road. There are 5 town meeting members on Russet Road, and we are in complete agreement that this is not adequate to be done. We didn't know it was going to be on this agenda. We were working on a letter that would be signed by all the residents of Russet Road and town meeting members from the precinct for the infrastructure on Russet Road. The reason that all the oaks, and thank you, Peter, I'm really happy that the oaks have come down with great hurt in my heart, because I have pictures of them when they were this tall, and they're 80 years old. They have had to come down. When we first complained about the trees, we said it was the gas leaks. We were poo-pooed for the longest time, and within a week, there were 4 that came down because the root system just couldn't deal with the leaking gas. So we want the gas lines to be complete. They're 80 years old. They need to be replaced, and the water mains are 80 years old. I checked with the water department, and they are 80 years old. They are made out of cast iron, and at least 2 of my immediate neighbors have had to replace the cast iron going to their house from the street, from the main, because they're rotting. If they're rotting in their home, it's rotting in the street. Number 3, we have a sign up. I know somebody, a town meeting member, had it put up for no trucks on Russet Road in anticipation of the construction in part. So unless they're doing business on Russet Road, they shouldn't be using it. I was outside this week. Tons of trucks were coming by, huge semis, 18-wheelers, with an infrastructure underneath that are leaking to begin with. And now the town acknowledges we have leaking gas lines. With the corroded water mains, we're looking at the kind of poundage. Indeed, when I've never seen it done before, and I've seen trees taken down, one of the ways that the oaks, being as heavy and thick and fibrous as they are, the company would take it and drop it on the ground in the middle of the street. Right on, I went up to them and said, you realize that's the line, see that orange? That's the line where the gas pipes are. And then if they had cut through, but they couldn't get all the way through because for whatever reason it was dangerous, they would then pick it up with the forks and drop it again to crack it. We need the infrastructure, and I know every time I bring that up, Peter says, well, we send the gas company a letter. That's not good enough this time. We don't want the street done unless you do the infrastructure, the gas pipes and the mains. We're entitled, they're 80 years old, they're corrosive, and we need that protection so that we can live in whatever peace we're going to have. So it probably will take longer than the 5 days that Peter said, but we're willing in order to have no more gas leaks. If you come walking down Russet Road, you'll see lots of holes in the ground. That's how they contain the gas leaks. They open it up so that it can go out into the air. South Brookline, in my area in particular, has a lot of gas leaks, even on other streets. I'm rising now because we're on the agenda for repair to speak to Russet Road. Please protect my people. Thank you.
Mr. Ditto.
We will certainly take in mind what Regina said and give it an even closer look.
If you do the repaving of the street, that doesn't impede the utility coming later on and replacing the gas lines, other than ripping it up. Well, yeah.
No,
That makes no sense.
No, what we can do is, if there is a problem with the utilities, we can at least put the binder course in, the first layer of the pavement, and then use that to go through the wintertime, and then come back in the spring. And if we still have to do utility work, we can do it in the base course, but not the top.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? So the gas leaks concern me considerably. I'm wondering, what grade are they? How many are there? Why haven't they been repaired to date?
I will get you those answers.
But here is a perfect example of what we keep talking about, which is that we don't want to tear up a street and then just to make a repavement and then have to tear it up again in 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 months to fix a gas leak. That makes no sense. It makes sense to do the work all at once so that we get the gas leak taken care of. If there's a water problem, we get that taken care of. We get everything taken care of so that when we once pave the street, we have a good job done and we save money because and don't inconvenience the residents. So I'm concerned about the plan. Is it so bad that people can't drive on it? Can you insist that the utilities come and fix what they need to fix now before you do this work and before you commit this kind of money?
The alternative would be to get the worst areas and just do a patch on the areas, and then continue on with the utility replacements. Just make it passable this year by doing significant patching instead of doing the whole reconstruction.
I seem to recall that there was a community rep from National Grid here last week who was very motivated to address some of the ones that we brought to his attention. So you might want to call him
Mr. Barkus.
Right.
and let him know about this specific road and our intention to address it sooner rather than later.
Certainly.
How long is the section with the gas leaks?
Oh, I don't know.
Is it the entire street or is it just a piece of it?
The whole street is 80 years old. They use infrastructure. The whole street. Excuse me. Thank you. It was platted at the same time. I believe the original plat was 1929. The home started on Russet Road in around 1935. My home was built in 36. And all the homes around it were built around 36 and 37. So all the infrastructure has been there forever. If it means waiting for the street to look prettier, we can wait. We want safety. You
I don't
can't
think
have it
Is it an
both.
issue of looking pretty, or is it an issue of safety?
I'm saying safety matters more than pretty. That's exactly what I am saying. You can't have it both ways, Select Board. You can't have the town finally coming around to what all the residents said about the trees, that they were dying from the leaking gas, and then sue the gas company, which you have, the town has, and then ignore the fact that the same conditions that caused, I think it's close to 30 trees on my 3-block street have been taken down. This is not a joke. This is provable. This is scientific. So at this point, you can't have it both ways. If the gas pipes have done that, they need replacement, period. There's really no, and it makes no sense whatsoever to do it piecemeal. Do it first. Then make it pretty if you want later. We'd like
So,
that too, but safety is the most thing. And the water, don't neglect the water mains. They are rotting. Neighbors are having it done on their lawns because that's their responsibility. But they're the same construction as the mains down the middle of the street.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Ditto, I don't want to say that we don't at least patch it up for the wintertime. But can you come with us, or to us with a plan that addresses the concerns with respect to the leaks as well as the repair of the street?
Sure.
Okay.
We'll get it, whatever that report says, and if it's onerous enough, we'll send them off and do their work, and we'll just sit in the back seat until they're ready, and we'll come in and put a patch in it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's an issue of prettifying the street. It's really an issue of
It's a structural issue.
structural issue. So I think we should put this off until we get that proposal. What other board members think?
I agree.
Yeah,
Agree.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, question of approving and adopting. Okay, I know those are probably not the most precise wording, but the civilian complaint process review report and to identify policy issues for future board consideration. I think those policy issues are, that we will have a hearing in the next few board meetings, or during one of the next few board meetings, on the policy. And after that, we will make whatever revisions to the policy, additional revisions, come out of that hearing, and then vote on the policy at a subsequent or future meeting from that. Right now, we're just voting to accept the report that was prepared and presented by Bobby Nabel and Kelly Rice back in June, at the June 4th meeting. Any questions, comments?
Sure.
You don't have to.
I think, well, first of all, I appreciate the work that's been put on this. I know that I put in on this. I know that that we have been way behind in getting these reports done. In fact,
And there are reasons, by the way, so.
sure. And that in fact, we have a report due this year in 2019 for the years of 27 and 2018, which I'm sure will end up, hopefully we can get done by 2020. So we've been behind on these. There are reasons for that, but I'm glad, I appreciate the work that's been done to try to get us caught up. One of the issues that I think is, that I'd like to see addressed in a future report is the fact that this was, and we talked about this last time, and I haven't seen any change in the update that we received, that no one who actually issued a complaint was interviewed to see what they thought about the process. So the review of the process has been conducted solely and completely by looking at what's on paper and then talking to the officer that essentially adjudicates these issues, and just sort of more of an internal review without actually talking to anyone that has actually gone through the process. I don't know that any process can be considered complete unless you include the subjects of that process, and that hasn't been done. So I do think that going forward, that needs to be a part of whatever review we do going forward.
Okay, any other comments?
I don't see the addendum that was referred to as the change.
It should have been on your tape, at your place.
Oh, it's part of the hard copy.
Yeah, it was sent. Yeah. One other thing I'd like to just point out is for the Internal Affairs Officer, the IAO, I'm not quite sure how the process that we currently have, and I know that we're going to be taking this up at another time, but I figured I'd bring it up now, how it accounts for potential bias in the system. I know that there is an appeals process, which I appreciate, and one of the things about the conclusion of the report, and one of the recommendations, what we saw is that that although it is required, says the complainant's right of appeal is absolute, and any complainant who wishes to be heard by the Board of Selectmen will be granted such an opportunity. According to the review itself, it says that in our review, we found that not all complainants making appeals to the Select Board were granted the right to be heard by the Select Board, or were granted the opportunity in a timely manner. I think this is absolutely critical and needs to be addressed. Of course, in the conclusion, it does say, based on our review, it is the opinion that the civilian complaint process is operating effectively. So those two things seem to stand in contradiction to me. The idea that folks who requested hearings either didn't receive one or didn't get one in a timely manner, and that the conclusion of this is that everything's working as it should. I think those are in complete contradiction to one another, and that this is something that, again, once again, I know that this is going back to 2014, and we don't want to delay this process anymore, but going forward, we need to be a little bit more honest, I think, in our conclusions of what it is that, how it is that our process is working or not, so we can fix it.
Okay, thank you.
So I still don't see the addendum.
It's not in the packet. I know we received it over email.
Was it in was it places?
Doesn't include the addendum.
It was supposed to be, and it was sent to you a couple of weeks ago, so what do you want to do? Put this off again?
Well, I think the reasonable thing to do, since we're going to have a public hearing on the policy, that we should incorporate a discussion of whatever we have, whatever points people want to make on this in that forum.
Right.
And it's the more efficient way to do it. It doesn't really put it off significantly. You know, that seems to make, I mean, I would like to see the document, and unfortunately, it may have come a couple of weeks ago, but given, you know, the volume of email we get, it's.
Yeah.
I don't feel comfortable voting on something I don't have before me.
Well, you have the report before you.
Yeah.
And the addendum is just an explanation by Kelly and Bobby as to what they, actually, it was an explanation of some of the questions raised, and they quote from the January 2014 report to explain why you can't compare the Brookline process with other municipalities' process because of the differences in how they perform the complaints or handle the complaints. So, you don't want to vote?
It's not
Well, I think I
Here.
agree with what Heather is saying, is that, you know, we need to look at the entire thing, and we're going to be looking at it anyway when we hold a public hearing on the policy and discuss it at that point. So why don't we reincorporate this into that discussion?
I would be amenable to that.
Okay. Okay, so we're not going to vote. Well, let me find something.
Somebody tell Arthur.
Is he still in the building?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Sorry, Bobby. We'll move on.
Thank you for your efforts.
Yes, thank
We
you.
do appreciate it, and we will discuss it next time as well.
So a question of granting a temporary wine and malt beverages license to W.H. Lincoln School to be held on Friday, October 11, 2019 for a parent mingle. Any questions? I believe that all the approvals were obtained.
Yes.
Move approval. Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Question of granting a temporary wine and malt beverage license, I'm sorry, that's just, question of granting a temporary wine and malt beverage license to Brookline Community Aging Network to be held on Wednesday, October 23rd for the 18th annual benefit at 93 Winchester Street. I believe that all of everything there is in order.
Yep.
Okay. All in favor? Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Question of approving the application of alternate managers Suzanne Alstedt, Michaelia Mancusi, and Paul Roll for Trader Joe's located at 1317 Beacon Street. That is, let's see, we have police approvals and everything for that. As I
You know,
recall.
this is where I miss Ben.
Looks, yes. There you
Yes, so, all in favor? Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
go. Aye.
Chair votes aye. Alternate manager pledge license. Question of approving the application of a pledge of license and alternate manager Bruce Gospetti for CCLLH LLC, doing business as the Inn at Brookline, located at 1200 Beacon Street. Yes, introduce.
Hi, good evening. Shana Gallinat from the Law Office of Robert Allen. Just here on behalf of the licensee today, CCLH LLC. Bruce unfortunately could not make it this evening, but he is familiar with the rules and regulations of this board. He's actually been working at the Inn at Brookline for about a year now. Well, hasn't always been called the Inn at Brookline, but he's been there, and he's looking forward to continue to work there. And then this pledge is just a retroactive pledge that was approved in the past, and the amount increased now.
Okay. There's no reason why we would need him at this meeting, so.
We typically don't ask.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
managers.
So, any questions?
Pledge.
No? All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Question of approving the application for a new entertainment license for Toichi Ikaban LLC, doing business as Toichi Ikaban at 5 Kendall Street, 2 televisions, Tuesday through Sunday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Doesn't look like anyone's here. I don't think we need anyone, so any questions from the board?
Ask if there's anybody here because we typically have them come.
Is anyone here for this item?
It's pretty basic.
Yeah. Okay, all in favor, Ms. Heller?
Could I ask a
Sure.
question first? I believe we don't have all the pending, unless they've come in the meantime and I don't see them here. But the health department, has the health department,
It's just for entertainment.
oh, so we don't need that.
It's for a couple
the health
TVs.
department or the building department?
I don't think it's an issue.
Okay,
Yeah, they're just putting in a couple TVs.
yeah, all right.
So
Okay,
on-
yes, aye.
Okay, Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Question of approving the application of new food vendor for JHW International Holdings, doing business as
There you go.
A Little T at 1378B Beacon Street. Yes,
Hi,
Mr.
Board.
Wu, right?
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Well, like I said, my name is Yukit Wu, and on behalf of JHW Holdings LLC, applying for the new food vendor license on 1378 Beacon Street. So it's going to be a little tea shop. We fresh brew tea and then sell it to the customer. Take out only,
What's the cross street there?
cross street.
It's by Winchester. It's right around the
Winchester?
corner from me. Yeah.
Okay. Any questions? Any other questions?
Do we have reports from, I don't see them. From the health department, I'm assuming they're involved in this since it's food?
Yeah, I've talked to Inspector Manat the other day, which is yesterday. We had our orientation.
Do you have a plan for deliveries?
Deliveries? No. We don't do
Like where
delivery.
they're going to park?
We might put up a sign saying no double parking, so
What was that?
we're gonna put up the sign for the customer, no double parking.
No, I mean delivery trucks. Are you
For
going to get
inventories
any
or-
delivery trucks? Please don't utilize
We
Beacon.
have a back,
Oh, good,
yeah.
you have an alley.
yeah.
Okay. And what about trash collection? Do you have a schedule for
We're gonna
that?
use the Cleanway
Okay.
company.
How often does that come?
as often as possible.
Like
Maybe
twice a
one-
week?
3 times a week.
3 times a
hopefully.
week?
Yeah.
Excellent. And what is your history with this kind of operation?
I have a restaurant in Austin. So-
Okay, so this isn't your first
No,
restaurant?
no.
So it looks like,
Experience.
okay. It looks like we don't have Health Department or Building Department approval. Do you know whether that has come in recently, or
I just talked to them yesterday
you
on
you
the
talked to them
orientation.
yesterday?
Yes.
Have they given approval?
They're just missing some information. I'll have to
Okay.
pass it in.
So I'd like
I do have
to,
something here from Dr. Jett in the packet around public health.
regarding health.
So please be advised, the department has reviewed the application and plans for the above noted establishment, and have no objection to the issuance of a food vendor license. Takeout only, no seating.
Okay. So only building department is pending. I'd like to give approval pending getting all the paperwork from the building department. All in favor?
Aye.
Ms. Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Thank you.
Make sure that paperwork gets in.
It's in there too. Building's in there too.
I am told, in our materials?
Yeah, when am I seeing?
Okay. Assuming, apparently, the paperwork is available, so
Mr. Wu?
apparently the paperwork is available. We have these new fancy 21st century computer things, you know, and some of us are still thinking along 20th century paper and pencil lines, so.
There's something to be said for it.
Yeah, right.
So we approved it without conditions, so you should be good to go.
Yeah.
I just make sure it's takeout only, no seating. That's the key with this one. Yeah. I'll see you soon after you open.
Okay, moving right along. Public hearing, scheduled for 7 PM. We apologize. Public hearing and possible vote on the following November 19, 2019 special within a special town meeting.
Mr. Chair, could I just say, we have to open up the liquor license and continue it, please, till October 15th.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So I'd like to open, this is a hearing too, right?
Yes.
Okay. Open up a public hearing for the liquor license for PC Therese LLC, doing business as Noah's Kitchen at 18 Harvard Street. This will be continued until October 15, at which point we will open the hearing again, or continue the hearing and have it at that point. So, we don't have to vote on that, right? Next, public hearing and possible vote on the special meeting within a special town meeting. Come and tell us what this is about.
Oh, I'm not a proponent. I think
This is mine.
Just gonna leave it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Heather,
I'll be
what
brief,
say you?
to the point. Okay, so we tried to get a warrant article in that would basically do a home rule petition to ask the state legislature for permission to lower the voting age in Brookline from currently 18 to 16 in municipal elections. There are many reasons that I think this is a good idea, and I can kind of go through them, so I guess I will do them very briefly. One is, I believe it will help us to get more participation, voter turnout, and I believe that that is very important in democracy. In going back through the voter turnout for the past 10 years, it is really sobering to see some of the single-digit percents that turned out for a lot of our municipal elections. The people that I've been working with at the high school are very motivated, they're very passionate. When you don't have mandatory voting, you have the people who care the most that show up. That can be good or it can be bad, but they're motivated and they show up. Most of the time, they're informed. I've heard a lot of arguments against that they'll vote the way that their parents tell them to vote, which I find a little insulting because that's what was said about women, that they would vote the way their husbands told them to.
And my kids never did anything I told them to do.
That's a whole separate thing. Another argument against that we saw today was that they're not financially independent and cannot really appreciate the financial impacts of some of the decisions that they make. I was fairly financially independent from a very young age, so to make that assumption that all children come from, two-parent households where money, they don't have to worry about where their meal is coming from, is not really the case. And that, unfortunately, is growing for many, many people. The other thing that I will say is that I really believe that we are creatures of habit. And so if you can get someone at 16 to create this voting habit instead of 18 when they are poised to go off into the world in this very temporary situation. I remember going to London during the 2004 presidential election and trying to arrange for an absentee overseas ballot was very difficult, and it was only my second time voting. So I think we really should do everything that we can to encourage voting and encourage a long history of voting and participating in the democratic process. That is what I will say.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Any comments from the audience?
Hi, I'm Kate Sobaugh, town meeting member from Precinct 1, and I just want to say I agree with absolutely everything Heather just said, except I don't think that it's a good idea. So let me explain why. I actually spent the last 6 months researching this issue, and I just want to leave you as you deliberate on this with 2 points about it. The first is about unintended consequences, which is that the age 16 is going to migrate to other indicia of adulthood, which will not be good, and I can explain why. And the second point is that 16 is going to produce a clash of two really important constitutionally protected rights, the right to political speech and the parental right to control a minor. Heather is speaking to a global movement to lower the voting age. I appreciate that, and there have been some movers, Somerville, Berkeley, Tacoma Park. Lowering the voting age is the essence of a concept in youth and family legal discourse called adultification, which is the projection of adult capacities and roles on children and teens, which then gives rise to holding teens accountable for failure to act like an adult in schools and in the juvenile justice system. It's a huge problem. Failing to provide them with state support, either through the foster care system or through state-compelled parental support, and failing to protect them from exploitation and violence at the hands of private or state actors. And I wish I had more time to discuss the historical linkages between changes in the age of emancipation from 21 to 18 and the migration of that age 18 across legal consequences that are harmful to youth. And I'd be happy to follow up with anyone who wants to discuss those things. But what I want to leave here is just that the process of adultification won't be contained from one category of youth activity to the next. We can't lower the voting age and expect it to have no consequences for adultification in the criminal justice system, at school, in the provision of benefits in the military, and in civic and financial life going forward, based on our history. So the second point is about a class of constitutional rights. Prior to children's emancipation at age 18, parents have a legally enforceable obligation to provide their children with support and to protect their children. And they have a corresponding constitutional right to the custody and control of their children. Pursuant to that right, the U.S. Constitution emphatically protects the parental authority to block contact between a minor and a third party. Teens are entitled
Could
to
you
our...
speak into the mic?
I'm sorry.
You're drifting
I know,
off.
I have laryngitis. Teens are entitled to our continued protection during their teen years, including protection from First Amendment protected political speech by tech companies, gun advocates and white supremacists on 8chan, Martha Coakley on behalf of Juul and tobacco companies, and military recruiters. Being a legal minor is both inhibiting and it is protective, but often in exactly the same way, or in ways that can't be disentangled from one another. In other words, disenfranchisement of children protects them from campaigning. If a crop of youth voters emerges, that population is going to become the target of campaign efforts from candidates and from corporate and issue advocacy organizations. And teens need our continued protection from targeting by corporate and political interests, just as we regulate that targeting now, or attempt to, on television and on the internet. You might think that's all highfalutin for Brookline, but let me just give you an example. If a group of 17-year-olds get together to campaign against the flavored tobacco ban, and I have struggled for 3 years with a nicotine addiction in my 16-year-old, and she wants to go to that meeting, I can stop her now. That's something I can do by way of protecting her. And if I do that, I'm cutting off access of political speech to an enfranchised voter. So either we're going to compromise a parent's right to make difficult but protective decisions, or political actors' First Amendment rights to campaign. One or the other of them are going to crash. What 16-year-olds need from the adult world is continued protection, not adultification. And indeed, that's what Greta Thunberg was saying when she said, "How dare you?" She was saying, "How dare you look to us to act like the adults?" She was saying, "You protect us. Don't idealize our all-powerful political voice."
Thank you.
That is some serious food for thought. Thank you.
Mr. Nanian.
Hello, I'm Scott Nanian, town meeting member from Precinct 10, and I'm going to be very short and maybe not quite as deep. I'll say that having been a town meeting member for a while, I am always impressed by the Brookline High School students who bring warrant articles. Several years in a row they've done that, and they've always been very eloquent, outspoken, and in command of their issues. And I think that this warrant article, in giving them an actual voice, vote on the issues that they've brought up, is compelling. I've also been, and I'll say that generally it seems to me that teens have been smarter about election influence and online campaigns than many of my older family members, for what it's worth. I've been voting integrity activist since 2004, and I'm a poll worker here in town. And I think the point that Heather made about voter registration is really important. Registration is one of the main ways that folks are disenfranchised right now. Massachusetts still has a shamefully long time period, mandatory time period between registration and the voting, and we don't have same-day voter registration. And anything that can get more people registered to vote earlier in the process and for the long term is I think, very important and useful for our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Colleen Reynolds. I live at Longwood in St. Paul, and I work in adolescent reproductive health. Working in this field, it's abundantly clear to me that adolescents are both intelligent, they're deep thinkers, and they're aware of issues to a level that we don't regularly give them credit for. I think recently we've seen some clear demonstration that adolescents are very involved in politics, and we are in no way shielding them from any kind of political or corporate interests. And I think that teenagers have a really important voice, whether it's on climate change, which will affect them longer than any of us, or on issues like gun violence or the scooters, which when they come up, there's a lot of stigmatizing language directed towards teenagers, and I'm sure a lot of them would love to weigh in. But at our local government, elderly people are disproportionately represented. The people in town meeting, the people who come to these meetings, even hearing about these meetings, it's a barrier to adolescent and young adults having our ideas and our values represented in our local government. And honestly, voter turnout here sucks. People are only going to show up if they care. Most of the people who care will take the time to be informed. And I really doubt that teen turnout is going to be that much higher than adult turnout, but we should give teens who are involved, who have a point to make, the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Farley.
Regina Frawley, someone who raised a 16-year-old, very proudly raised her, but I wouldn't want her voting on many issues at that age. Because of peer pressure, she was a peer counselor. She could, if she wished, she could come and tell you how confusing it is for kids at 16. They can easily be pressured into thinking a certain way. Groupthink can happen at any age, but I don't think it's a great idea. The second thing is...
It also happens at other ages much...
You know, I can't hear you. Say it again.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize, it happens at all ages.
It can happen at all ages, but it's disproportionate for younger people. You know that. That's statistical.
I don't agree with that, but...
As a graduate of the Fletcher School, as well as former many years on the League of Women Voters, there are studies. This is not rocket science. This is not something that fell out of the sky. Lowering the age is not what's going to get them to the polls. The single variable that gets people to vote in elections is when they go there with their family, with their parents. That is a documented statistical fact. The more, every time, and I work the polls too, every time somebody brings a child, even little kids, I'm so thrilled because that is a habit. You're right, it becomes a habit. But they also see how seriously their parents are taking it. And they often, I hear them discussing, why are you doing that, Mom or Dad? It's just wonderful. But that's the single variable, and that's been already proven. And you could go to the Tisch Center at Tufts. This is what they specialize in, voter. So I can't support this as much as I agree with your principles. Kate wasn't, I don't think, being sarcastic. We agree with everything as you desire it. We just don't think it gets there the way you want to. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Ms. Pelkey.
Still taking comments?
Yep.
Yeah, hi, Linda Olson, Pelkey, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 2. I'm a little puzzled by this one as well. I'm not sure I'm on board with the idea. And because of that, I've been asking everyone I meet this question. And so far, out of about 30 people, one person thought it was a good idea. And this was at our Precinct 2 neighborhood input gathering that we had over the weekend. So I'm wondering, was there actually a effort by 16 and 17-year-olds to ask for this? Is that where this came from?
Ms. Hamilton?
I have been influenced by a few of the movements going on in Somerville and some of the, like Cambridge. I've been working with two younger folks in particular, and I thought it was a good idea. So I talked to a few members on the select board, and they thought it was a good idea, so we decided to put forth a warrant article.
Well, I remember my 16-year-old self, and I'd say, no way. So thank you very much.
Well, we voted 18. I remember my 18-year-old self. Worse than 16.
I was very much part of the anti-Vietnam movement and therefore very much a leader in Brookline of getting the voter lowered to 18, which used to be 21, because we felt our boys and girls, mostly boys but also girls, were going off at a young age that they're not always able, they're so gung-ho they can be riled up into almost anything. And it wasn't the war that some of us wanted our children in. So we wanted them to have a voice to say, hell no, we won't go. But we haven't really looked at the subsequence of it. They tended to be a one-issue voter, and that's something else for you to look at. that there tends to be a reason why somebody does something, and they don't always expand it to a broader issue of good government and the people in general. So I do want to speak to that. 18 was great on the Vietnam issue, but not so great for most other things. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience? Okay, well, this is a hearing. We're not voting. I don't think we're ready to vote on this one, so we'll take it up at a later point. Yes.
I would like to share some thoughts.
Okay.
Okay, I was just waiting for the right time. You know, a few things, I mean, I am in support of this. I've thought deeply about it. I know we can vote another time, and I'd love for Select Board Member Franco to be here when we take this vote as well. You know, a few things that I want to point out here. One is, you know, I hope you all are as disturbed as I am at the, over the last decade, some of the ridiculously low rates of voter turnout here. Local is where it's at. Even some of the most famous congresswomen and some men have been talking a lot about the need to get engaged at the local level. This is where things can actually get done. It is not surprising to me that an informal poll of a group of Precinct 2 town meeting members and a few residents, I was there at that gathering, would a not at all a representative body of the town of Brookline would you know, potentially be against something like this. I think we should, with great caution, really think about when we're withholding something like the vote from a particular group. We should have more than just anecdotal evidence and informal polls to you know, as presented as evidence to actually deny a group the vote. It doesn't mean that we should give the vote to every single group, but we should think, I think, a little bit more critically about this than that. And so what I'll say is I think in my mind, this would be a tremendous benefit to the town of Brookline. For instance, I cannot wait for the first Brookline High School Forum where candidates for Select Board and School Committee and others, I saw a school committee member here before, are in front of then voting age 16, 17, and of course 18-year-olds making their case and talking about issues that matter to these young people. You know, I also think about, for instance, I sat up here, probably where Town Administrator Kleckner is right now, for the climate forum, and outside of one of the other candidates who was running for office, I think I might have been the youngest person in the room at 42 years of age. That is not at all representative of the current movement that is addressing the climate crisis right now. I think this is a real opportunity. We should be reaching out to young people regardless, but this is a real opportunity to actually include them in not just going into the voting booth and casting a ballot, but actually helping to determine, being involved in forums and in other ways to really determine who's going to lead our town into the future. I think it's of tremendous importance. I plan on supporting it. I plan on campaigning for it. I plan on going all out for it. And I've talked to a lot of young people myself that are very excited to be able to do this. The other thing is I work at a university, and I can attest to what Select Board Member Hamilton was saying, is that to have your first vote take place at a time when you're in transition, a lot of students don't end up voting that first year. When we look at why the voter turnout is so low for 18 to 24-year-olds, well, it's no surprise that many, not all, but many of those students are actually in a period of flux moving around. So to be able to actually have students be able to cast their first vote, get used to that process, to be able to have the high school actually really start to engage students in thinking about how to make meaningful decisions now just at a local level, I think is really important. And last but not least, I just want to say, you know, I on any issue that comes before us, I am not easily persuaded by slippery slope arguments. If we do this, then 10 years from now, some other thing will occur, magically somehow. So I'm not persuaded by those kinds of arguments, or arguments that are outside of the scope of what's in front of us right now. We're not talking about whether or not 16 or 17-year-olds should be able to vote in congressional elections. That's a debate for another day. This is about whether or not the town of Brookline will submit a home rule petition to the state to say that we think just in our municipal elections, our 16 and 17-year-olds should be able to vote. That's what this is. That's what our conversation should be about, not anything else.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience or the select board? Okay, moving along. We'll take this up for a vote at a later date. Next, Article 21, a warrant Article 21, fossil fuel prohibition. Mr. Gray. So remember, I think Mr. Franco made this admonition at the last meeting that I wasn't at. This is not town meeting. You want to make sure that you're preparing us for the limited job of voting yea or nay with respect to this warrant article. Save your strong arguments for town meeting where you will need them.
All right, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great to be here. This is a very exciting evening. I'm here to talk about our Sustainable Buildings Initiative, and that's my electric induction cooktop right there, and I do know how to use it, and you're all invited over for dinner. I want, both in cooking though, actually, and in this warrant article, I have benefited from enormous help from experts. And so I want to point out that the team that put this forward includes not only myself, who is not a building trade professional, but 4 architects, 3 engineers, and a lawyer. And we've benefited a lot from that expertise. So it's not just me. And so why do we propose this bylaw? Brookline has a goal, as you know, of 0 greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. And unfortunately, this goal is probably not ambitious enough. But at the same time, it's daunting. And what we're putting forward here is a necessary step to meet that goal. That goal cannot be met without taking this step. Moreover, new construction and gut renovations, that's your easiest time. It's your most practical time, and it's your most cost-effective time to avoid installing new fossil fuel infrastructure. So this is really about not shooting ourselves in the foot anymore, not installing infrastructure that we're going to have to rip out later at great expense. This is about being smart. Now, the chair has wisely asked us to focus on what was in the original bylaw, what the feedback so far has been, and what changes we've made. So that's what I'm going to do. So the original bylaw is a bylaw that is triggered by a new building being built or a very major renovation. And it's triggered at the stage of the building permit application. And what this would do is it would prevent the issuance of building permits for new construction and major renovations that incorporate the addition of fossil fuel piping. Okay? What it would not do is it would not cause anyone to rip out infrastructure they have in their home now or in any building now. It would not prevent someone from replacing their gas stove with a new gas stove. If someone renovated a kitchen or a bathroom, this would not prevent them from installing new fossil fuel equipment. And that's because, again, we are targeting the time when it is most practical and most cost-effective to switch fuels. There was an exemption in the original language for emergency generators, and the effective date was and still is, as written, June 1st, 2020. That's in accordance with the building code, which has a 6-month grace period for new changes. Okay, so the feedback that we've gotten so far includes feedback from 3 community feedback sessions. 2 were hosted by the Planning Board. 1 so far has been hosted by EDAB, Economic Development Advisory Board. EDAB also held a public hearing. There was a Preservation Commission public meeting and many conversations on the sides. So what we've added in response to that feedback is we've exempted restaurants from this, specifically exempted cooking. Okay? We've exempted the use of fossil fuel infrastructure for cooking. Second example is we have provided a process for exempting central hot water systems in large buildings. Okay. Now, in both cases, these are cases where it's still hard. It's still a little bit hard. There aren't that many restaurants that have done this. There's a strong culture around gas. It would increase the expenses for restaurants. in some cases dramatically. And in the case of the central hot water, same deal. There aren't off-the-shelf systems for very large buildings for central hot water. So that's why we're making these exemptions. We're basing it on the data from our own research as well as the requests that have come in. We've also added a waiver process that anyone could use for any unforeseen issues with the financial feasibility or practical feasibility. So we've added a waiver process that is a safety valve in case we have failed to foresee something that might be a problem for anybody, to ensure that this is practical. And the way that that waiver process would work is that this is important for to get your feedback on, is that a couple of different boards and commissions would make a recommendation to you based on review of a case-by-case data. So for example, the Affordable Housing Board would review financial data for affordable housing projects, and they would advise you, and ultimately it would be, under the current language, the Select Board that would provide a waiver. So that's what's on the table right now. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that. Okay, so then what we've also done in response to feedback is clarified the renovation threshold, and I'm prepared to make that really clear today in my last couple of slides, if you're interested. So in my view, all of these additions improve our original goal, which was to make a very practical and smart transition to a fossil fuel-free future, to not miss any opportunities where it's practical and cost-effective to switch over, but also to protect people and businesses in cases where it's not yet super practical to switch over. These exemptions improve this bylaw. What we haven't done, but has been requested of us so far, is we've been asked to include a broad exemption for all commercial buildings. We've been asked to exempt all buildings except single family, to exempt all renovations and have this only apply to new construction, and we've been asked to exempt all cooking. In our view, these are steps. Each of these are essentially steps that as a community we need to take, that it is practical to take now, and that there's not really strong data-driven reasons to wait to begin taking these steps. So the basis for us making modifications in the future prior to town meeting is, again, if there's real practical issues, real cost issues, where there's a real burden placed on someone by this bylaw, we're open to relieving that, because it's our intent that this only be applied when it is practical and cost-effective to switch over. Okay, so the remaining slides are really to clarify when this would be triggered by renovations, because that's the hardest part to understand about this bylaw. And the bar is really high. So it's essentially as close as we could come to defining gut renovation while still using the language of the building code and while still using language that the building department can easily review. And that language is that there has to be reconfiguration of space and or building systems. So for example, you got to be moving a wall or reinstalling plumbing or heating. Those are building systems and space reconfigurations. And on top of that, the work area has to be at least 50% of the entire building. And just to be clear, even when this bylaw is triggered, you don't have to take any fossil fuel infrastructure out. You're just prevented from adding it, from adding new fossil fuel infrastructure. So you can still do a gut renovation and keep your old boiler, keep your old stove. You just can't install, if the bylaw is triggered, you can't install new fossil fuel piping. So to see how this might break down in one particular type of typical case in Brookline, a triple decker, that might be condos or it might be 3 rented units. It doesn't really matter. The ownership model is irrelevant. What matters is the scope of the renovation in terms of the work area of the renovation. And so here's a couple examples. Example 1, all 3 units, there's a kitchen and bathroom renovation simultaneously with building permits submitted on the same day. This would not trigger the bylaw because the work area is less than 50% of the building. Another example is 1 unit does a gut renovation of that unit. It doesn't trigger the bylaw, because it's not 50% of the floor area of the building. And a final example, if there's a gut renovation of the entire building with reconfiguration of space or building systems, then it would trigger the bylaw. And again, fossil fuel systems that are there could be kept, but no new piping for gas could be installed. And I should be really clear, radiator piping's fine, HVAC systems are fine. So if you were adding a room, you could extend your HVAC system to that room. You could extend your radiator steam system to that room, as long as you weren't adding a new boiler or a new furnace. Okay, so finally, this is my last slide. So a lot of people have very reasonably asked, what is the impact of this on emissions? Is this some kind of pie in the sky, like only when the grid is all renewable does this actually make a difference? Or is it practical in terms of reducing our emissions now? And the answer is it's practical now. So this is from a Mass Save commissioned energy model for a single-family home of 2,500 square feet. And the green line shows the total annual carbon emissions, CO2 emissions, for electric heat and electric hot water using heat pumps. The red line is a traditional gas heating and gas hot water. And so what you can see is there's a 35 to 40% reduction from day one in the first year of this brand new building operating. And then as the electrical grid gets greener, as it's mandated to do by legislation here in the Commonwealth, the electric building gets greener every year. And in fact, this doesn't show it. This is a conservative case. But of course, there's the optionality for the owner of this building to buy 100% renewable energy, such that the building would have zero operational carbon emissions. And so with that optionality, as the town considers stronger mandates for renewable across our town, as the Commonwealth considers stronger policy initiatives for greening the grid, assuming that all of these buildings bought 100% renewable energy by 2050, it would be roughly a 10% reduction in fossil fuel usage in the town. So in some ways, a very substantial impact on emissions in the town. But on the other hand, 90% of the work would remain still to be done. And that would be the hard part, because that would involve taking buildings where we're not doing gut renovations and we're not building the building from scratch. And somehow, to meet our goal, we've still got to get the fossil fuel systems out of those buildings too. This is the easy part. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
I have a question. So, as you know, I'm very supportive of this article. I'm a little concerned about the exemptions, and I worry that some of those exemptions may end up being fairly easy to get and reduce the impact of what we're trying to do. And I'm wondering whether you considered adding a requirement that anybody who seeks an exemption, say a restaurant, be at least compelled to have 100% renewable electricity through, we know it's available through our program, OptUp. There's other programs out there, not that I would recommend them, but and so that there is an option at a fairly low cost for those businesses or apartment buildings to have 100, at least, at the very least, 100% renewable electricity.
So I love that idea. And there's a lot of policy ideas in that same vein that have come up, including, for example, if someone's going to go ahead and still install gas, they should at least make it electric ready. They should have the circuits be there so that in the future. And so there's a lot of really good ideas. This process started with about 3 months of really intense legal research. And we started by asking the question, what is the most important thing Brookline could do within its own legal powers to make the maximum impact on reducing its own emissions? And this bylaw was the answer to that question. But this bylaw is legally untested, and it will be legally tested. And the most important thing about the drafting of this bylaw is that it be simple and that it have the maximum chance of standing up in court. And so for that reason, a lot of really good policy ideas, including the one that you're pointing out, have so far been left out.
But could be added to later as we, kind of test its validity.
Yes, if this were recognized by the Attorney General's office, for example, as being appropriate and legal, if it got their stamp of approval, then it is actually becomes a new power for the town that we weren't really sure existed, and it could be wielded in more powerful ways than what we've done here.
You mentioned that the select board would be the ones to review, was it exemptions?
So we have some exemptions, and then we have a waiver process. So
the waiver,
The exemptions are really specific, like restaurants.
Right.
Like cooking in restaurants specifically.
So not lights and
Nope,
not necessarily heat.
nope, not heat in restaurants.
And
not
I
heat.
assume that the review of the waivers is done by our planning department, building department?
So the waiver process is open to anybody because it's there for unexpected reasons. So if we didn't
Oh, I know,
have,
but who's reviewing it on the town side?
Right.
Who's deciding?
the way it's written now, and not all the groups that we've flagged, you're hearing about this tonight as that. Oh well, you're being asked now, and there's other groups that have not really been able to consider this yet. But as it's written now, affordable housing projects would be reviewed by the Housing Authority, the HAB, Housing Authority Board, and the commercial. So projects that would fall under a commercial tax rate would be reviewed by the Economic Development Advisory Board, and all other projects would be reviewed by the Planning Board. But I want to just emphasize that we have not spoken to the Planning Board about this yet. And I also just want to say that, if we didn't have this waiver process, then the only remedy for someone who was kind of in a fix as a result of this bylaw would be to go to court, as I understand it. So I think having something is really important, and I'm not sure there's a perfect way to do it. So I am really hoping that you as a board will be willing to take this on.
Good. Any other comments from the board? No. I appreciate the fact that this process has resulted in addressing some of the sort of practicalities of implementing such a, I'd call it radical move. And I think the exemptions as well as the waiver process that you've put in here make it something that very few people can really object to, in a good faith objection to. So thank you for that. I think that that's something that I've always said is important in when people bring warrant articles to the town meeting, that they actually engage with people who are impacted negatively by the warrant articles, listen to their concerns, and to the extent reasonably possible to incorporate those concerns into the final product. And you've done that, and I appreciate that. So.
That's high praise. Thank you very much. I'll take it.
I'll just add I 100% agree. For everybody out there watching right now, this is how you warrant article. You listen, you incorporate feedback, you come back, you come back even stronger, and you build something that has a chance of passing. And we'll see what town meeting does here, but I'm excited to support this.
I would like to emphasize that there are 9 co-petitioners, and there are quite a number of people who are working full-time on this right now. So I just want to acknowledge how much work all of the co-petitioners have done. So it's not just me. I couldn't be this responsive by myself.
So I see Ms. Lynn, our sustainability administrators in the audience. Do you have a comment before we open it up to public comment?
Hi.
Any thoughts or insights or
Well,
guidance for us?
I do have, let me see if there's a PowerPoint uploaded here for me. Give me 1 second. So per your request, Mr. Chair, I've summarized process, stakeholders, and timeline. So you guys were complementing the warrant process that it's in front of you. This is a result of the new work we're doing in the planning department. So it started in March of when we started brainstorming ahead of the summit to get people to identify where they want to prioritize their time and their town's resources. Then on June 5th, you guys hosted and participated and sponsored the first Sustainability and Climate Action Summit for the town government. And then you guys moved and voted for approval to establish the process of collaborative working teams on July 9th. And from July 9th to current, those working teams have been working to bring forward a number of initiatives, including a packet of warrant articles that came from the summit and our priorities. The warrant closed, and per your request, I've outlined what this warrant Article 21, went through to get engagement, feedback, and make sure we were hearing from as many in the community as possible. On August 20th and 22nd, the Planning Department Sustainability Office hosted a community feedback session. People, close to a couple thousand people were notified that had been requested planning permits in the last couple years with the town of Brookline. On September 9th and 16th, the Economic Development Advisory Board started taking up this warrant. One of those was a public hearing. September 25th, we hosted another community feedback session co-hosted by the Economic Development Advisory Board and the Sustainability Office. And then on the 25th of September, the Preservation Commission had a public meeting. And we'll take up a public hearing on October 7th. And these are the upcoming public hearings and meetings and additional community feedback sessions for people to help us continue to define and redefine this warrant article, so we bring forward a really good product. October 1, October 2, October 4, October 7, October 17th. These are some of the confirmed dates. People should go to the town calendar for the posted agendas and actual confirmed locations and times, but this just gives people a sense. So, Mr. Chair, that is a quick summary of what's been happening to deliver well-baked warrant articles related to sustainability for the board and other people to review.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So, I mean, it's important that people see that there's a process. It's not just a warrant article and then town meeting, but between the issuance of a warrant article, even before that, as people are actually thinking through, researching, determining what they want to put into a warrant article, there's a lot of work that goes into, a lot of work they should go into the process. And between the issuance of the warrant article and the town meeting, there are all these meetings, all these reviews, a lot of opinions are fought back and forth, and hopefully the result will be something that is easily defended at town meeting. It's subjected to the scrutiny of a lot of skeptical people, a lot of people who will ask questions just to ask questions, people who think they know more than you do, and will scrutinize the warrant article. But if we've gone through this process, we can actually have a good, coherent discussion at town meetings. So.
Yeah, so I can't speak to all warrants. I can comment on the ones that have gone through my office. I'm proud of what we've brought forward. I believe they have and will continue to undergo this process you're talking about, and we've deliberately, so first of all, the planning department would like to thank you for recognizing our hard work on this and because we have been working very hard to shape this process, and we very much appreciate, all of us staff here very much appreciate that you have recognized this. But for these that are coming forward, sorry, I just lost my train of thought there. Oh, maybe it'll come back to me. It's gone.
Welcome to my world.
Open it up for public comment?
Pardon me?
Is this a hearing? Should we
Yes,
open it up?
do you have any other questions or comments?
Nope.
Okay. So this is a public hearing, as Ms. Hamilton indicated. Any questions from the audience? Yes. First of all, how many people are going to want to make comments or raise questions? Okay. That's not that many, so let's just slog through this.
Well,
Please be aware that it's not necessary to repeat comments that other people have made. You can say, I agree with so-and-so's comment and then sit down. And the other thing I guess I'd want to say is that we know that climate change is a crisis. Don't repeat that. Okay, it doesn't help. It's not persuasive. It's not on point. You want to inform us on this warrant article. We know that there's a climate crisis. I don't want to hear it again.
It wasn't even in my notes.
Good.
I'm Alan Leviton, 20 Chapel Street. I'm one of the co-petitioners. I am not a town meeting member, but I am a registered voter. Just a few quick things. Cold climate certified heat pumps, which are the kind of heat pumps we would use here, different from what you would use in a warm area in the country. They've been installed in over 50,000 homes from Massachusetts to New England over the last few years. So there's large numbers of these things out there. They're designed to operate and keep buildings comfortable at the lowest temperatures you can see in Brookline. If you'd like later, I can give you a graph that shows the history of low temperatures. Most frightening thing is it's getting higher and higher. If we don't hurry up, we won't need any heat in the wintertime. Alternative energy credits, which are similar to renewable energy credits, except they're based on the amount of electricity that you don't use in a new house, actually make the cost of building a new single-family home less expensive if it's all electric with heat pumps than building that same home with a high-efficiency gas furnace and gas hot water heater. The utility costs for an all-electric home are slightly higher, but it's not like the old resistance heaters because the heat pumps are so efficient. Based on some studies I've seen, a 2,500 square foot home would cost about $50 a month more to heat. I'm not going to make comparisons to how many cups of Starbucks coffee that is, but what I will say is if you built a 2,500 square foot home in Brookline, the monthly mortgage and taxes would be somewhere between $4,000 and $5,000 a month. So $50 a month is, I don't think, a burden. And then finally, Jesse put up the slide on the greenhouse gas emissions. I just want to make sure that that's clear. What was on there was what would correspond to Brookline basic electricity. So no more renewable energy than what you get from the electric company right now. 90%, more than 90% of the people in Brookline already are taking Brookline green, and which would be better than what you saw on the graph. So anyway, thank you, and I've got to go down to the HAB meeting now.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Dover.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Patrick Dober, Director of the Brookline Housing Authority. Nice to be here again. Thank you for your support on many things over the months and years. And just want to point out our superb redevelopment director, Maria Maffei, is here in the back. She is running our big new renovation of 61 Park Street, the 100-unit seniors building, on time and on budget. And we're about 3 months into it with no big change orders. So folks who know construction know that's a very good job. But I just wanted to come at it from a really different angle and mention, I think, really just 4 points from the Housing Authority's perspective. And I'm glad to say, we've talked about various things over the years together. We've never said really much at all about what we do in terms of green building, which is actually a great deal. We've been installing energy and water-saving features for more than 10 years, a total of 16 different projects, hundreds of low-flow toilets, hundreds of LED light fixtures, dozens of hot water heaters and boilers, insulation, the list goes on. And the town has supported that with some CDBG funds. Thank you very much. A portion of it has come from the Mass Save Lean program, which is where, in effect, utility companies pay for that work, and we've been able to benefit from that a great deal. So we're not new to it at all. And on a larger scale now, speaking of our, as folks know, our mission in the coming years to renovate our existing buildings, which are in such need of capital repair. So on a larger scale, at that first building that's under construction, we instructed our architecture and design team to do all the green work that we could possibly afford. And that is resulting in a nice set of green features in that property. Low-flow toilets, LED lights, a much tighter building envelope, and as folks know, tightening up your building is kind of the number one efficient way to improve energy efficiency. But the real high point, the real punchline, and the part that we're really proud about is, so at 61 Park Street and some of our other buildings, we have electric heat. They were built in the 1970s, the time of the oil crisis, when people considered that the right thing to do, and things have come full circle. But we had the old baseboard electric heating, so-called resistance heating, which is very inefficient compared to what we are now installing. And I think one of the proponents mentioned air source heat pumps. We have in particular a variable refrigerant flow system. There are different names, mini split systems, but they're 2 or 3 times more efficient. So we are greatly increasing our energy efficiency, and glad to be able to do that with our really strong design team. So point number 3 out of 4 is, as folks know, but just to be really clear, that we have extreme constraints on the availability of capital funds to do our building renovations. We can't increase rents. We don't name buildings after wealthy donors. We rely on state and federal public funds, essentially tax-exempt bonds and housing tax credits. And furthermore, and those are state and federal resources, public policy at those levels prioritizes new construction, which is, kind of understandable, the preference to create new housing. So if you're rehabbing housing, you live on a very tight budget. It's a narrow box and you can't move the walls very much. And so, our fourth and final point is that we've been really pleased to work with and collaborate and talk a lot with Jesse and Alan and some of the others. And the provision, the warrant article, as it now stands, takes into consideration those constraints that we have. First of all, as was described, there is a waiver process where the Housing Authority could go through first the Housing Advisory Board and then to the Select Board and make a case. It would have to be based on engineers' analyses that complying with the full no fossil fuel provision would just be prohibitive, and we couldn't do our job if that were the case. So it may or may not be the case, but it's nice to know that at least that's taken into consideration. In addition, there's a consideration now that the most technologically difficult and probably most expensive type of conversion is converting natural gas-fired central hot water systems, right? We were heating a big vat of hot water, converting that system from fossil fuel to electric. In fact, it's minimally available, if at all, in the commercial marketplace. Now, if it is, it's very expensive. It would, for the building that we are renovating right now, be prohibitive, without a doubt. And there's, I'm not sure exactly where the language stands on that, but there's acknowledgement that the conversions of central hot water heating is a challenge. But as I say, we've been really pleased to collaborate. It has been a good process and has included our concerns. And we're kind of unique. We're kind of a category of one, given our mission, our low-income population, our limited funds. So we appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, it's 8:45. There are, let's see, 10 people waiting to speak. Please stick to the 3-minute limit. I'm not going to time you. I'll just rely on your own internal clock. But we have a number of other items that are going to take up a lot of time later on. So,
I'm Werner Lowy. I'm co-chair of the Select Board's Climate Action Committee. I'm a member of Climate Action Brookline. I'm a town meeting member for Precinct 13. And I will take your advice and save my best arguments for town meeting. But one thing I want to say is that as having been on the Select Board's Climate Action Committee, I've been personally involved in the last 20 years in developing 2 climate action plans in which we've tried to prioritize what needs to be done to address climate change. And when Jesse Gray first talked to me about this idea in the summer, I thought that this was the single most important thing that the town could do right now. And we've done a huge amount of research over these few months, and I still feel that way, so I hope you'll support it.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Diane Sokol. I live on Cypress Street. I'm an architect, and I'm not a town meeting member, but I'm married to a town meeting member. And I'm one of the co-petitioners on this article. And I feel very proud to live in Brookline, a town that has a climate action plan, and I'm happy to help work on this team to help support one very small piece of achieving the goals in that climate action plan. Part of the process in developing this warrant article has been listening, as the chair has said, listening to people's concerns and trying to explain and trying to modify our warrant article. So I think the outreach that we've been doing to town meeting members and to others in the community has been really helpful to us and to them to help clarify this warrant article. This warrant article has only taken care of one small piece of the climate action plan. We really are working on many levels, we meaning the entire climate action community in Brookline, on reducing our energy demand through energy efficiency, energy conservation, working on greening up our electric grid through the opt-up and through installing solar panels. And so all of those things put together are going to help us achieve this goal. So this is one small piece that I'm very happy to be helping to promote. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for giving us a minute to speak. My name is Daria Mark. I am not a town meeting member, but I am a co-petitioner on this warrant. I'm a voting resident of Brookline. I was here in June of this year, speaking to you about a National Grid request, and I mentioned that in May, students from the Quilch Corner School had walked out in protest in their self-organized climate strike. And I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that the movement is growing. On September 20th, 800 students walked out of all 9 Brookline schools to protest the climate crisis. And I'm not here to advocate for the realization that we are in a climate crisis. I know that you understand that. But I'm here to encourage you to understand that this is the kind of decision that these kids are asking us adults to make. This is the moment. This is the thing they're looking at. And when I talk to them about our actions, about this warrant, of what we're trying to do in Brookline, they look at me like, yeah, of course, that's what we should be doing, like, duh. And what yet they don't yet know, but they are really good at research and will soon very clearly find out that it's not our economy or good building practices, that our economy will be built by good building practices, and that we will wind up at the result of this article with better, greener, cleaner, healthier housing stock that will lift all of us in Brookline together. Thank you. I hope you support this warrant.
Thank you. Mr. Clafter.
Hey, I'm David Clafter, town meeting member, precinct 12, and I've been involved with the planning board process on developing this. I won't repeat what other people said. I strongly support the sentiment of the last speaker. I just wanted to say that this, much like the smoking ban, this is controversial at first. Within a couple of years, this is going to be statewide. You can rely on that. It's the scientific evidence is compelling. The technology is here. The cost effectiveness is well known. We can get the details right. But to fail to push this forward at this time would be a tremendous failure of leadership on our part. I think we should note tomorrow at, I believe, 3 o'clock, the Cambridge City Council is having a hearing on a similar thing. It's in process in Newton. It's being begun to be discussed in a number of surrounding towns. There are city councilors in Boston who are interested. This is something that is coming. The need to reduce fossil fuels, as you know, is overwhelming. And I would just say, keep Greta Thunberg's comments before the UN in your minds as you contemplate this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Kia.
Kay Vandersdale, town meeting member from Precinct 15 and a member of the board of Greater Boston Physicians for Social Responsibility. I'm not speaking for the board, but I'll tell you some of the things that the Physicians for Social Responsibility has here. First of all, I want to thank these petitioners for bringing this warrant article forward. This is incredibly important. My neighbors have been asking me, doesn't the town have some kind of rules about making houses energy efficient? And this is just one part of that. I don't know that many people are aware, but well, on our board we have people who are working on nuclear weapons like me, nuclear weapons abolition, and other people who are working on the climate catastrophe, I would call it. I would not call it a climate crisis. And so they have been working on this business of electrification and the dangers of natural gas in homes. So it's important on a health basis to do this, not just for the climate. Natural gas is very bad, especially for children with asthma and a variety of other things. I can give you more information. I didn't come expecting to testify or say anything about this, but now I feel compelled to. We are at PSR working on a report actually on these air exchange heat pumps that we hope to have out. That's through, we have a grant to do that, that will hopefully be out later this year. And I agree with what David had to say about Greta Thunberg. I wouldn't discount 16-year-olds. 16-year-olds of today are not the 16-year-olds of my day when I was 16. And sorry I didn't get to say anything about the previous warrant article, but I would give 16-year-olds today a lot more credit than I would give myself, although I was pretty serious in those days. Anyway, that being said, I would like you to support this warrant article and as they're presenting it, and I'm sure you will. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pelkey.
Thank you, Linda Olson-Pelkey, town meeting member, Precinct 2, and also a member of the town's Climate Action Committee for many years. I have come at this a little bit different than many of the other speakers. I've been kind of a skeptic. I am a detailed-oriented person who has professionally written bylaws, and so I have a lot of questions. And I think I really appreciate especially Jesse's responsiveness to concerns. And there have been some important amendments that make it a little easier for me to think maybe it's going to be all right. But especially the waiver provision, I think that's super important. I still think we need to do a little better about defining when a renovation triggers the bylaw. I'm still concerned that we're going to catch up people who are not going to be able to insulate their house enough to make this workable. So I'm still working on that, making suggestions. I'll keep doing that. I also wonder about the legality of it all. I do think it'll be challenged because I think somebody is going to say this needs to be in the building code and not a town bylaw. But we'll see. We'll see. And the only other thing is the exemptions. I wonder about that 10,000 square foot for larger buildings, whether that's the right cutoff. I also think exempting the Waldo Durgan project, why I know why we did that because of the MOU, but I think that's going to be a red flag for the Attorney General exempting one property. So I appreciate that we're all working together on this, and I hope we can get it to a point where people feel that it's supportable. I also think we need to work a lot on efficiency, maybe even more so. So anyway, those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nanian.
Hello, Scott Nanian, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 10, and I would like to thank the chair for scheduling so many of my favorite issues on the same night. I'm
also that again.
It is very convenient. And I will take the chair's advice oft given in the past and not repeating what so many people before me have said, which I agree with. But I will mention that I think the important thing in this article is that it focuses on housing. The housing we build today is going to be the housing that we have in 50 years, and it's important, vitally important, that we start building it correctly for the future. Linda mentioned to me earlier that the one thing this article doesn't do is address the transportation, and I'm pleased that there are other articles on this warrant that deal with transportation as well. And indeed, I've been attending the Energy Advisory Committee subcommittee of the BBRS to talk about the building code issues, and there is some work there at defining a net zero stretch energy code which would apply to us, but it won't be soon. They're very slow. So I applaud this warrant article, and I encourage Brookline to take action quickly to set to take the lead and do what we can as quickly as possible to prepare ourselves for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Lisa Cunningham, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 15. I just wanted to say that this really isn't a radical proposal. This is just a very simple proposal. Excuse me. We just can't be installing fossil fuel systems when we know that we need to be ripping them out. I wanted to talk just a little bit, add to the process that we've gone through, in addition to the process of that Zoe outlined. We've also consulted dozens, possibly even hundreds of experts and talked to people all over the country. And I want to echo something that David Clapter said, which is that people all around the country, and particularly in Massachusetts, are very excited about what we're doing. There was a webinar right tonight that was talking about what we're doing in Brookline, and it was sponsored by MCAN. And a lot of people are looking at us very closely. And the last thing I wanted to say is that I'm also an architect. I've been doing work in Brookline all my life, and we've stopped actually installing fossil fuel systems in the work that we do, and our clients couldn't be more thrilled. People don't want to live in dirty houses. They don't want to pollute the environment. They don't want to be part of a climate crisis. They want their kids to have a livable environment. And the industry is moving very, very fast. It's also moving very, very fast in the fact that gas will soon be a stranded asset. So we have to think very closely about what we're doing in terms of getting people away from gas as soon as possible so we protect those who are not able to pay the high prices that are soon going to be forced on ratepayers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Lynn.
Yeah, just 3 items real quick. HAB, the Housing Advisory Board, is having their public hearing, so several people wanted me to let you know that they didn't leave because they didn't want to hear the rest of the questions, but they had to go to the other public hearing for this warrant article that's downstairs on the first floor. The second thing is I would like the board to know, and hopefully you'll share this with others, is that your staff have taken your climate goals very seriously. They've been working very, very hard to bring you what we've been bringing you. And it's not just me. We have staff across all departments that are working very hard and taking your goals very seriously. And when you see those staff, I hope you recognize them for working hard to deliver the policy that you've set for us to deliver. And then the third thing that I remembered after I walked away is on the collaboration piece. I want to highlight that we've been deliberately working to get diversity of opinions and expertise and life experiences and all these things into the collaboration process, because that science shows, when done well, can help deliver better policy. So I just wanted to highlight those, and I have nothing else.
Thank you. So any other comments from the audience? Comments from the board? So we're not going to vote on this evening, of course. So we'll come back and have our vote after we've digested what we've heard and what we've read previous to the meeting. You have something else, Zoe? No. So, next. Warrant Article 25, facial recognition software. is this going to be as exciting and interesting as previous warrant article?
We'll never compare. You can't compare them. They're all exciting to someone.
Okay.
So Amy Hummel, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 12, I'm the petitioner of this warrant article. I am going to speechify a little bit and then talk about the law, and so that's what's coming. So this is a proposed bylaw banning the Brookline's use of face recognition technology. The ban seeks to prohibit the use of technology by the town throughout the town. So that includes, for example, in and around our public schools, our libraries, public buildings, and along our public ways. Why propose the bylaw now? There are so many compelling reasons why, but mainly because this technology is utterly dystopian and deeply flawed. And there isn't a single federal or state law that protects us from it. That said, I think you all know that Senator Cream has proposed a bill to place a moratorium on the technology statewide. My hope is that this bylaw, our bylaw, provides Brookline with more immediate protections and sends a message to state government that this is the right thing to do. You have my explanation in front of you, I hope, and I'm just going to change this a little bit because I'm a lefty, and this is just really uncomfortable. I am. So I think you have my explanation in front of you, and I believe you have the ACLU's very thorough position in support as well. But it's important to talk about some of the primary flaws of the technology and what it could do to us, because the businesses who sell it for profit, the businesses who profit from it in the absence of law, are widely and actively marketing face recognition as though it were salvation itself. One company's tagline actually is "Better Tomorrow," and the underline is tactical surveillance technology. So it sounds like it's from a bad movie, right? But it's working for them. In fact, this technology is nothing like a better tomorrow. It misclassifies minorities, women, and children at a shockingly high rate. In some cases, it's 30% accurate at best. Imagine the trauma of being the victim of a false positive, being detained or put on a watch list because the AI thinks you're somebody you're not. And think about individuals who are detained and then released after a misidentification. You can be certain that their trauma and that stigma last long after official corrections are made and they've been sent home. The technology also risks shifting our norm from innocent until proven guilty to not guilty of a crime yet, but we're watching. That mindset amplifies fears and suspicion, and it threatens to change the way we think about each other and the way we treat each other. It threatens our collective psyche. And while no one can expect to be invisible in public, and no one's asking for that, the Supreme Court has recognized the right to practical obscurity. So there are constitutional protections available to us, but we have to exercise our rights. This bylaw is a small local step sending that message that we value liberty and we aim to keep it. This technology does strike at the heart of civil rights and civil liberties. It turns our face into an ID badge, and free people don't wear an ID badge when they walk out their front door. Free people don't have to stand in a perpetual virtual lineup. And yet, in the absence of law, most of our faces are already stored in a lineup. The FBI is well known to have scooped up pictures taken for civil purposes, so at least 1 in every 2 adults in America appear in those databases. There were no laws or rules to stop them, no process whatsoever. And this bylaw doesn't impact the feds, but it does. But it's important to see where the path could lead, right? What happens when people don't take steps? Because face recognition technology can be used on still photos, saved feed, live feed, it can also be easily aggregated and shared and stored. And the amount of data the government is able to collect is ballooning, in part as a result of public and private partnerships. Doorbell cameras are a good example, and other surrogate surveillance feeds. It sort of leapfrogs what we thought we had control of in town government. That could easily change. Free societies don't do this. we're not doing this now, and we shouldn't start. Though I do think, I know the chair knows this as part of the Surveillance Technology and Military Type Equipment Subcommittee, but we do have even our process in our own humble town of, maybe not so humble, of the police liaising with community members and businesses to accept feed as part of a program that they announced on their Facebook page. And so, it's these things done with the best of intentions that all of a sudden can be game changers, right? If we don't take a look at it, think about it critically, and behave appropriately. So putting guardrails up through our legal system is the only rational step forward. It's really our duty as citizens and as a legislature. We put these guardrails up all the time. The balance of powers among the three branches of government was designed for that very purpose, and that's what we should do now. And just because Silicon Valley can make it happen, right, and businesses can push it and profit from it, doesn't mean we have to let them run roughshod over our liberties and our human interactions. So I wanted you to vote tonight. It doesn't sound like anybody's voting tonight on anything, and support the law as written. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the bylaw, just sort of going through it step by step. I hope most of you have it in front of you, because I want us to talk about the specifics. So I did this, or worked on this. It's been through several iterations before I submitted it, and then, as you know, I added the severability clause a few weeks ago, I think, or I don't know when it was. The time's kind of blurred now. But what is in here is very purposeful, and I chose clarity over brevity. I guess it could have been a bit shorter, but I really wanted to hit all the points and make this a solid ban, and so I think that's what we have here. The first section are definitions. They're important. They explain basically what face surveillance is technically. I won't read that all to you. It's automated or semi-automated process assisting in identifying individuals, capturing information based on their characteristics. Face surveillance system. So again, just the computer software application that performs the surveillance. Brookline means any department, agency, bureau, and or other subordinate division of the town. So I'm hoping that's generally a catch-all. And then I think most relevant to part of our discussion this evening perhaps is the Brookline official. Shall mean any person or entity acting on behalf of Brookline, including officer, employee, etc. The acting on behalf is critical language, because what it means is if you have your own phone that you open with face technology, that's fine. That's a personal thing that you do. It's fine. You're not acting on behalf of Brookline when you open your phone. If you go home and you tag your friends on Facebook, that's fine. I wouldn't recommend you do it personally. That's just my personal take. But if you do that, you're not acting on behalf of Brookline. You can do that. You can possess that. You can own it. No problem. So it's when you are acting in your official duty, in a capacity, that's okay. So I think that's an important distinction to make. The ban itself. So it's pretty much divided up into three parts. And again, this is where it could have been a little more brief, but I went for clarity. It shall be unlawful for Brookline or any Brookline official to obtain, possess, access, or use the face surveillance system information derived from it. So that's specifically people working for Brookline or Brookline officials, right? You can't do it ourselves. B is you can't ask a third party to do it, right? You can't enter into a contract and say my hands are tied, but you go ahead and I'll pay you for it all. You do it for us and we'll pay you, and that'll be good. You can't work around it that way. And the third was you can't issue any permit or enter into a contract or other agreement that authorizes a third party to obtain, possess, access, or use this software. And that really came, the genesis of the idea, I'll credit Scott with it, because he was really on this with the SUFA and the electronic ink billboards that are going up. Because one of the ways that they could collect their data, which they're collecting through other means, would have been face surveillance. So it's when we are permitting, we being the town, permitting or entering into those types of contracts where people have to come to us for something like that in our public ways, that we have some control over that as well, that they're not scooping up our town data for us, and that they find another way to do whatever it is they need to do. This, of course, does not impact any private businesses in town, private individuals at all. This is about the town of Brookline. We, in fact, don't have, I think, the legal authority to do that. So this is limited to the town of Brookline. Enforcement, and we're getting there. Face surveillance data collected and derived in this bylaw should be considered unlawfully obtained and be deleted upon discovery, subject to applicable law. So that there is some higher law, some other law that prevents from doing it, some other agreement, then we have a provision there for that. No data collected or derived from any use of the surveillance in violation of this bylaw, and no evidence derived therefrom, so sort of the fruit from the poisonous tree, can be received into evidence in any town proceeding. This does not impact prosecutors whatsoever. And that way, any violation of the bylaw that constitutes an injury. So basically, the third piece of section 8.39.3 is, it basically says this is a harm, period. Whether you've done it or not, whether you've pulled someone aside or not, whether you've reprimanded or not, it is such a bad act in and of itself. It's an injury, and an individual can the private right of action can move to have that action cease to exist or to stop, and have the information removed. It doesn't it doesn't enable anyone to sue the town of Brookline for monetary damages, so there's no money involved in this. It's really just empowering individuals who live in the town of Brookline or who are in the town of Brookline who have been subject to this or experienced this, to take action themselves and not just hope that someone else will realize and act for them, right? So it's empowering, and I think that's really important. And getting toward the end, there's more language in that piece. I think one that I know a few people have asked me about, and so just to clarify, is the last sentence in that, in number 3, includes any other government agency and possession, custody, or control of data subject to this bylaw. It's just kind of a catch-all phrase, right? We're not impacting anything outside the scope of Brookline. That's not our intent. We can't do it legally anyway. So that's a Brookline catch-all. Violations of this bylaw, this is number 4, by a town employee shall result in consequences that may include retraining, suspension, termination, subject to due process requirements and provisions of collective bargaining agreements. So it's not prescriptive. It sort of states the obvious, things you could do anyway, but it makes it clear. Again, it's informing and empowering, and I think that's important, and that's why it's in there. And then the last is simply that this doesn't limit any other individual rights under state or federal law. Possibly doesn't have to be in there, but I think it's important that it's a statement, it's informative, and worth having. And because there were, I think it's important to say that I spoke with town council about this. I emailed back and forth several times. Her concerns were around the home rule petition and the private right of action piece. I had asked the ACLU to provide you with a explanation of why we can exercise, why this is all right, the private right of action is all right under the home rule petition, because I know they had done that successfully for Somerville, and so I thought, why not? And so hopefully you have that in front of you. But even before I had done that and realized all of that, it was my reading of it as a non-expert, was that we could do this and it would be okay. It's certainly arguable that we could do it, and we ought to, and it looks like, lo and behold, we can. But I know that that's up to interpretation. I did send this to the AG's office, the municipal law unit, and told, before I submitted it at all, and told them what I was doing, what my intention was, and tried to reach someone there to comment on it. I haven't heard anything which means nothing one way or another, but I did reach out to them with those questions and received no concerning response back. But I did add the severability clause because I think that this version of the bylaw is very important, because it doesn't, it's not about catching people. Nobody's going to jail over it. Nothing terrible will happen other than it will stop the use of face recognition technology should someone start to use it. It doesn't matter whether it's on purpose or by mistake. It's just going to stop that use because we don't want it here, because of all of the civil rights and civil liberties infringements that it threatens. It's just not worth it. So I think before you ask me questions, or what I want to finish up with this is, it's also important to note that we're kind of getting ahead of this a little because the town doesn't use it yet. This is exactly the time to do it when there is no conflict, when there aren't cases of, use or how it's being used that make it a more difficult conversation. And it also doesn't change the way it doesn't impact any cameras, any raw footage. I know this was another concern the chief had. Any raw footage that's out there that's, say, collected by a third party, they can take a look at that raw footage. There's nothing that's blinding anyone. It's just the application and data that comes from the facial recognition technology layered over that is prohibited. So actually looking at footage is perfectly fine. This does not prohibit that. This does not stop that. It stops the use of the face recognition technology and information. So I think I'll conclude with that. I hope you support it as it is. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board?
I will just say that was 17 minutes. You might want to pare it back for.
I won't do the whole thing for town meeting. This was for you. 17 minutes just for you.
Wow. Aren't we entitled to concise reports?
Thorough. You're entitled. Sometimes thorough is better than concise, right?
Okay.
Just wait till you get a PowerPoint and you have that's going to be great.
Right.
When you get there.
So any other questions, comments from the board? No? This is a public hearing. Chief Lipson, are you wanting to say something?
Yes. Good evening, Andrew Lipson, Chief of Police. I made quite a prepared statement here, but in the interest of time, I'm going to try and keep it as succinct as I can. I would just point out, after watching warrant Article 21 held up as an example of how a warrant article should be done, I would suggest that this is how a warrant article should not be done. The consultation on this with the police department was virtually non-existent. On the heels of last year's warrant article on surveillance, which had, I think, was chock full of unintended consequences and extreme negative impacts on the police department and our ability to investigate crime and keep people safe. That was referred to a surveillance subcommittee, and then a member of that subcommittee, instead of addressing it collaboratively through that process, files this warrant article, which to me really is part of a national tactic on face, dressed up in banning face recognition, really has a lot of other impacts. Some of the things that jump out at me that I heard the petitioner say is that what this does, it doesn't prohibit any private business or entity from doing any of these things. So all of these things will exist privately out in the world around us. And in the world of crime and investigation, we travel outside of Brookline, we travel to private industries, we collect evidence all over the place. The petitioner said that it doesn't prohibit prosecutors from having evidence, but when you read the actual words of the warrant article, a Brookline police officer could not possess, obtain, analyze any of these list of things. The list goes on. When you start thinking about what this means, it means iPhone X's, iPad Pros, Facebooks, Snapchat, iPay. Facial recognition, one of the biggest uses now is as access control, identity confirmation in buildings. We don't know what private buildings around us in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts use facial recognition for ID control. A huge part of investigation is generating and obtaining all the evidence that is there. Prosecutors get their evidence from the work of investigators and police officers. To prohibit us from accessing and collecting those things, I can't, it's hard to explain the consequences of what that would mean. Just a couple of examples of what I would ask you to consider is, say, a student approaches a teacher at the high school with a Snapchat video of somebody, and a student comes to a teacher and says they were sexually assaulted over the weekend, and they have a Snapchat image of the suspect. They don't know who it is, and they want to report it to the police. Well, according to this, the teacher would be prohibited from possessing that. The police officer would be prohibited from possessing it or analyzing it. The scenarios that I can list go on and on and on like that. There's so much technology around us. We don't have facial recognition cameras. We don't have facial recognition software that we use in our arrest databases. we're really getting on a theoretical initiative here that undermines fundamental things that we need to be able to do. One of the most important things we do is locate lost, missing children. We've had children here in Brookline who have been victims of human trafficking, who are sexually trafficked. One of our best partners for that is NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They have partnerships all over the country. Even San Francisco, which instilled a quote-unquote ban, allowed for facial recognition in the airport. Tracking people's, in airports, their movement is crucial. Lost, missing kids can be located that way. To say that a Brookline investigator couldn't reach out to other parts of the country and try and solve those problems, it just doesn't make sense to me. Just a couple other points. I mean, I can go on and on about this. Information, it also prohibits us from obtaining any information that's the result of facial recognition. While we do have law enforcement partners, the NYPD uses facial recognition. There's Commonwealth Fusion Centers and Regional Intelligence Centers that do apply facial recognition. We send out flyers of wanted people. We get flyers for people who are wanted for homicides and sexual assaults and kidnapping. It's to put our officers in the position where they would have to try and figure out where this information came from and how it came to be, and was facial recognition involved in the process of the probable cause that caused a judicial proceeding to issue a warrant for somebody. It baffles my mind that we would even go down that road. So Somerville has instituted a ban on facial recognition. Their language is not as restrictive as us, and I spoke to Chief Fallon in Somerville, and there was no input from the police department in Somerville. This was pushed through by a particular city councilor in Somerville, and it was initiated without consulting with the police. And similar to here, they have a very robust conversation going on about surveillance in Somerville, and the chief was baffled that this would just be put into place. The language in Somerville, when I look at it, is in my mind, pretty poor too. So I don't see this as, I see this as a national tactic by the ACLU to implement something, and there's no reason why we need to be the third or fourth municipality in the entire country to do this. What we should really do is work collaboratively and do what's right for us here in Brookline. We're safeguarded now. I'm not opposed to a moratorium on facial recognition applications by the Brookline Police, by other town entities, but we really have to think about what this says and what the position it puts us in. And the position, in my mind, would be a much less safe community where our investigators could not perform basic functions. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. A question before we move on. Chief, so, and this will be for Town Meeting Member Hummel as well. So what I heard from Town Meeting Member Hummel is that that she is attempting to prevent the use of technology that is not currently being used in Brookline. What I hear from you, though, is that you think that the reading of this warrant article would prevent some of the things that you're currently doing right now. Is that your take?
Yes.
Okay. Was that your intention, Amy?
I have more to say about that, but my intention is to ban facial recognition technology in Brookline. That is my intention. And I know that the chief had been concerned about being cut out of judicial proceedings. This doesn't cut them out of judicial proceedings. If they get information, it is not so much necessary. Well,
Can I just get an answer? Can I just get an answer to that last question? The question I asked was, is there any, your reading of your own warrant article, would it prevent us from doing anything we're currently doing right now?
within the town of Brookline?
Yes.
We're not using.
Okay, this is where I think you're apart here, yeah.
I actually can speak to that. I don't know if you have other questions. Yeah.
Yep, sorry about that, yes.
So I have a couple of comments about what the chief said, but specifically towards your question, is exactly why I brought the warrant article now and why it's important, is because of this creep, right? If our information or information that we're using here is somehow, like it's all, when you start to hear words like fusion center and sharing of information with departments in other states, part of that seems like great police work, collaborating, etc. But it also sounds like government taking people's information and sharing it in ways that are not controlled in any way, shape, or form, but in the way that just personally they deem reliable and appropriate, which in theory sounds great, except trust us isn't a policy, right? And that doesn't work for most of us. And certainly my reading and intention isn't that the police not be able to collaborate when necessary and look at pictures, right? They don't have to necessarily do the deep dive and talk about if someone from another community who's looking for someone who might be in our community, if they got that person's name through facial recognition technology, right? That's raw video footage, if that's what that is. So we're not asking a deep dive. The other thing that I think is really important, because we're getting into whataboutisms and all the emotional, scary things that get us to give our freedoms up. Well, this is how it happens. This is how the Patriot Act happens, right? And so it's just kind of taking a deep breath and saying, do we really need this in our town? No. And if we find out that some information that the police need to use in a judicial proceeding, that they're able to use that information. Now, if they start using it themselves or applying facial recognition technology themselves, if we own it ourselves, that's a problem. If they're collaborating, trying to find an individual, it is not necessarily, part of how we'll handle it is how we as a town decide to pursue what they've done, right? And how they've used it and what they've done. If it's part of just a regular judicial proceeding, it should be fine, right? That's up to us. And again, nobody's going to jail over it. It will depend on the circumstances, just like anytime there's another violation of any bylaw or something that happens around that. On the other hand, if we find out someone is really abusing the bylaw or really abusing the intent of the bylaw, then there may be greater action to take. But that's discretionary, and that is true for all of our bylaws. You don't have bylaws with no bite, or I shouldn't even say a bite, with no power. I would have done a resolution otherwise if this was just a nice ask, to please don't do it. And I want to speak too to the whole idea of collaboration and bringing this before the Surveillance Technology and Military Type Equipment Subcommittee. This is the low-hanging fruit. This is the low-hanging fruit. This is the one we can do. It has nothing to do about that committee. This is something that everybody in this room, anybody watching, or who can read a newspaper over time can think about and make decisions on. This does not require special knowledge. There are trickier questions. And the reason that this is the low-hanging fruit is it's the town. We do have laws and tools that we can do this in our town. Under the Home Rule petition, we are not able necessarily and as facilely to deal with private people. That's something we definitely have to look at, and the government has to look at. The federal and the state government has to look at. That is on the list. This is the easy stuff, and it's the stuff we should do. And I didn't feel like I had to ask permission. I certainly went to collaborate. I apologize if he felt like I didn't speak with the chief soon enough, perhaps, about it, but my goal was to ban it, and I think that's what this does, and I don't think that this stops them from being in any sort of, this prevents them from doing their job.
I guess I'm a little worried about that statement. I mean, you don't think it prevents them from doing their job. That's your opinion, though.
Can we go to public?
It doesn't keep them out of any judicial proceeding whatsoever. I mean, that's a last statement in a long evening of, say, I wouldn't, it absolutely does not do that. There is nothing that they are doing now they cannot continue to do. We do not have this in our town now. There is nothing. That is a whole lot of whataboutisms.
Okay. My question really relates to 1A, 2I. They can't obtain, possess, access, or use information derived from a face surveillance system. I mean, that seems to suggest that if they receive the name of a person obtained through facial recognition technology from another police department, they can't use that information because it's derived from face surveillance system.
So again,
Is that clear?
It is clear to me, and I'm fine with this the way it is, because if you add knowingly, that just creates a giant gaping hole. And this is not about intent, what somebody meant to do or didn't mean to do, but honestly, if someone gets that, and it's, you know, it's part of what they're doing, and that is not the primary, no one here is going to go research.
It's still unlawful, though.
It is still unlawful.
Okay.
Yeah, and the repercussions are clear.
Well, you know, put something in your personnel file, and, you know, the repercussions of that could be, you know, something else. So,
I mean, that's up to how it's going to be done, but it's either a ban or it's not, right? It's something that we don't want to get into. And, you know, Will had said earlier that it's not a slippery slope. You know, we don't believe in slippery slopes, but that's really kind of what, I mean, you can't, it happens both ways. Either it goes in or we do it or we don't. And I think that we don't, because of all of the civil rights and civil liberties that are at jeopardy. You're talking about defending something we don't even have yet and we don't use, because what if, right? What might happen?
I said that we do use information obtained from facial surveillance that comes in from other sources. The name of the person that is on the image.
Well,
anyway, any other?
But just making a distinction, I know this is like, I feel like the conversation in Congress where people are talking about like what the internet is, but just making sure that we know there's a difference between facial surveillance and software and exactly what comes to us through facial surveillance and mere pictures or like an image that's on a phone that
or
someone's
somebody's,
a picture,
or
those are very
somebody's,
different things.
right, or somebody's name that the New York Police Department may have shared.
Yeah,
And the other thing, may be able to phrase this in a way that makes it more clear. Sorry.
No, may I just say, I think one of the things that I've seen also in other warrant articles is some part where it says it would not do this, and I think maybe that's an area where you and the chief could collaborate to say, like, this article is not intended to do away with these other very helpful techniques that you don't have a problem with that might end up in there, because clearly his reading of what you've written is very different than your intention of what you've written. And I think there's got to be some way to sort of get together and figure out how to, you know, and by the way, the chief may never get on board with this in principle, but at the very least, to be able to weigh in on what the police department is currently doing that you may not have a problem with, that you can, in the writing of this warrant article, ensure that there's clarity for people. Remember, I talked earlier also about putting something together that people can vote for, and people can say, all right, I want to support this, making it clear that it is not intended to do away with any of the practices that you don't have a problem with, that the chief and our police department use that are helpful. Yeah.
I'd just like to make one other point, and that is that the petitioner said that these things would not, although they would not be prevented from being used by a prosecutor, they could not be used in a town proceeding. And sometimes, unfortunately, in today's world, the only way to make a message hit home is to talk about, what about when police officers do things wrong and they're captured on video? Well, we could have face recognition applications that capture misconduct by a police officer that, by the wording of this, would be prohibited from being used because it's a town proceeding. It's the devil in this is in the details of the words, and this is not ready for prime time, in my opinion.
So this is a public hearing. Any comments from the, I'm sure there are comments from the audience, so. Matter of fact, I see them right there.
I am still David Clafter, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 12. I won't get into what's been said. I just wanted to talk about this from the perspective of my day job for the last 25 years, which has been involved with marketing and increasingly over the last couple of decades, work with internet marketing and observing the level of data collection that has gone on to the point, at this point, it's pretty shocking the level of knowledge of you that is collected on a daily basis. a significant percentage of your cell phone usage is actually uploading your information from your apps back to the app owners who monetize all the information about what you've done. This has evolved over time with basically no oversight. And at the moment, I think it represents a pretty serious breach of everybody's privacy and personal security on some level. I think that facial recognition software on a private and on a state level presents some of the same problems, and we have a chance to get ahead of it by starting to set parameters, very clear limits on it now, rather than where we are with private data collection, where it's very hard to untangle everything because it's already in the baked into the workings of some of our largest corporations. So I would say this is an excellent start. There may be a need to clarify some of the wordings of what is and isn't prohibited, but I think we shouldn't forget where Amy started with her presentation, which is that facial recognition software is not terribly accurate, particularly for minorities, women, and children, which together make up a significant majority of our population. So rather than just proceed and then try to figure out how to undo it later on, I think taking preventative steps now is the prudent and appropriate thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I am a Brookline resident and also a privacy scholar.
Could you start with your name?
My name is Maria Brinker, and the thing I would like to sort of add to the discussion is that the problem really is that people really don't understand how intrusive this technology is and how much it changes our action in concrete space. Right. So when in the warrant there is this sort of analogy or metaphor that it's like wearing an ID badge the whole time, but it's very different actually from wearing an ID badge the whole time, because if you wear an ID badge, you could see who sees you, right? You can the knowledge travels to there, right? When you use facial recognition, all sorts of unknown others and future entities has access to this situation that you are in now, right? So your present condition is changed, right? And the way that people perform purposeful and responsible actions is by anticipating the consequences of their actions. And facial recognition software is magnificently powerful in undermining responsible action, because, and this is the reason why it is different than, one thing is surveillance, another thing is surveillance plus facial recognition, right? So the difference is that the facial recognition IDs you. Okay, what's this? Well, think about, you've heard about the butterfly effect, right? Your action has all sorts of consequences. However, those consequences are not ID'd to you. So you don't have to worry that you created a storm in another place, right? You don't worry about that. You worry about the basic big things that you can anticipate that is the consequence of your action, right? Now you can have action consequences that can be ID'd, right? Because your face is passive, right? You are not choosing or consenting or anything like that. Passively, your identity is taken without you knowing it. So it's not like a fingerprint either, because there you know when it's been taken, right? It is massively invasive in creating future consequences, right? The other thing is that it goes the other way too, right? So as you're present in the moment acting, right? The facial recognition can bring your past into this present, right? So like there is the loss of anonymity. And if you, and there's a loss of the ability to localize your action in a context that you yourself can see, right? And that you yourself can anticipate, right? So I think that whereas, the police department is worried about, wonderful future technologies that they are not going to be able to use, I think it's very, very important that anybody that considers voting against this ban promise me that they understand the consequences for freedom before they do that. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Michael Dowd, Clark Road. In full disclosure, my spouse is the petitioner in this article. But I'm actually here as a lawyer who deals with privacy issues every day, as a former engineer who worked with computer vision systems. And the privacy.
Could you pull the mic closer to you?
Sure. The privacy work is oftentimes focused on the difference between how personal information can be collected and used and how it should be collected and used. And as it applies to facial recognition in Brookline, it's certainly possible to use it. There are companies crawling all over themselves who would be eager to sell us or provide us the technology, other companies and government agencies who would love to share information from the technology. That's the obvious part. But the real issue here, though, is that facial recognition is not something that Brookline should be using. It really does, has been discussed somewhat already, pose a unique threat to privacy in ways other technology doesn't. There's no way to consent or not to this. If you're walking down the street and there's a camera watching you that you may or may not even know is there, you can't consent or deny them running facial recognition technology on your video image. If a government agency wants to run facial recognition software on your image from, say, driver's licenses or public sources, you can't opt out of that process. It's highly personal, biometric facial information, and you can't change it. If you even lose your password, you can always change passwords, even though we're so sensitive about those. You can never change your face. So the other issue here is that this technology is literally spiraling out of control, or perhaps say spiraling literally out of control. There are no regulations or laws governing this. It's a Wild West out there. That's why we need a warrant article like this, and I hear about these situations every day. It's not a theoretical problem. It's not a slippery slope. It's happening now. I'm a member as part of my work as it's the International Association of Privacy Professionals. It's a group of people who work in the field, and they send out daily alerts by email on various topics, maybe 10 or so a day. There's broad-ranging issues about legislation around the world, different kind of privacy issues. More and more frequently, the headlines have facial recognition in them. And in fact, in the last 2 days, there have been 3 of those. And the one today was a doozy we can talk about later on if you'd like. And to be clear, this is not an organization of privacy advocates or an arm of the ACLU. The companies who belong to this organization are the companies who are buying, using, collecting, and selling the data, including the Silicon Valley firms otherwise, and the vendors who are selling the surveillance tools to them. So those are the folks identifying these things are going on. And there are big, difficult challenges trying to regulate all this. As we heard in the prior speaker, whether it's online advertising, behavioral modeling, and otherwise, there are big privacy questions to try to tackle here, and they're not easy to do or find consensus on. This one is not what's happening here. It's a much narrower, more narrowly tailored focus on this particularly pernicious technology. And so we're not trying to solve the world's problems. We're trying to do it locally here because no one else is really stepping up to do it, and it really is up to us. And so really, the Brookline that I know is protective of civil liberties, and it shouldn't be using this kind of technology against its citizens, visitors, or anybody else. And as to the prior discussion on information from third parties, I take the points there, but we have to be very careful that by saying we won't do it, we don't just outsource it to somebody else. Say, okay, here, we'll give it to you, vendor, somebody else, you process it and give us back the answers. That's us using it. So we have to make sure we're not opening loopholes like that in the law ultimately. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ananian, again.
Trying to set a record. Scott Mannion, town meeting member, precinct 11 or 10. Gosh, and co-petitioner.
moved since your last presentation.
Jumping ahead. Co-petitioner with Jesse Gray on a number of warrant articles, so I can learn from his excellent technique. But not this one. I'd like to just briefly underline the equity issue. One of the issues with facial recognition software is that it does tend to make errors on minorities and women and children. If one of the ways that this would happen in practice is if someone with a Ring doorbell calls up and gives a tip to the police that says, hey, this bad guy was at my doorstep. Amazon says it was, Jonathan Bad Guy, right? It says that we can't use the Jonathan Bad Guy part, we could use the name, and we've got to confirm that that is, in fact, Jonathan Bad Guy before we go busting his door down. And given the fact that the identity of Jonathan Bad Guy is significantly more likely to be wrong if Jonathan Bad Guy were a child or a minority or a woman, maybe I should have chosen a different name, I think that's important. It says that our police shouldn't use a technology that is prone to misidentification and creating equity issues. We need to actually do the work ourselves to verify that name and address before we bring the force of the law down on that poor person's head, who maybe deserve it, but they deserve it after proper process. I'd also like to commend this article for drawing a very clear line in the sand. We are mostly volunteer town government, and most of our oversight roles are done by volunteers. We have a number of committees in charge of that, all the way down to sort of the audit committee dealing with the finances of the town. So things do, as a consequence, tend to slip through the cracks from time to time, and we've had that happen in the past on issues like sanctuary cities. And so by drawing a clear line in the sand around facial recognition software, it ensures that before anyone adopts something like this, we'll have a robust town process, including and amending this bylaw before that happens. And I think drawing that very clear line in the sand is an important contribution here. And finally, that this is part of a statewide process. Our own state senator, Senator Cream, has a similar ban pending at the state level, and there are indeed a similar ban for the Massachusetts education system, preventing facial recognition software from using in schools. And so this is one more chance that Brookline has to actually lead on this issue and take steps that will be felt and have echoes all throughout our state and hopefully our country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cade Crockford. I'm the director of the Technology for Liberty program at the ACLU. I live in Dorchester, not in Brookline, but I'm a frequent visitor. Thank you for having me, and thanks for your public service. You guys have been here for hours now, so I recognize that, and I'll try to be quick because we did send you a rather lengthy letter outlining our concerns and why we support the warrant article. So Chair, members of the board, the ACLU, on behalf of our nearly 4,000 members and supporters in the town of Brookline, stands tonight in strong support of Warrant Article 25, which would ban the use by municipal agents in the town of Brookline of face surveillance technology. Face surveillance technology poses unprecedented threats to our privacy, civil rights, civil liberties, freedom of speech, freedom of association, and to racial and gender justice. And the technology is dangerous when it works, and it's dangerous when it doesn't work. So I'll talk just briefly about some of the bias problems. You're probably aware that these technical systems are made by human beings. They don't just pop out of thin air. They're not derived by an act of God. And human beings select the training data that informs these algorithms. They manipulate the algorithms and tell the algorithm at what threshold or accuracy level they ought to be interpreting these images. All of those decisions are hugely significant with respect to what the end result of the technology is. And we see the results in these technical systems, even systems made by some of the most prominent technology companies in the world, like Amazon, for example. So a study that came out of MIT by a doctoral student, Joy Bolamwini, she worked with a professor at Stanford to produce a study called Gender Shades a few years ago that showed that even technologies made by the most prominent firms in the world, Amazon, Microsoft, et cetera, have up to 35% error rates when they're classifying the faces of black women specifically. So a lot of these tools, even tools, again, made by, the most powerful technology company on earth, Amazon, they're not doing what they say they do, especially for certain groups of people. The reason why we use the term face surveillance at the ACLU instead of face recognition, that's intentional. It's because we're not actually just talking about a comparison of one image to a database of other images to try to match and find an identity for someone. We're also talking about what the Chinese government is doing right now, which is to say turning every single surveillance camera networked in public space into a device that is effectively sentient, that is capable of automatically tracking and cataloging the movements of every single person in public space. And that is not on one day, it is on every day, and it is with the push of a button. It involves no human interaction whatsoever. So what does that mean in a free society? It means that a law enforcement official, maybe in Brookline, maybe outside of Brookline because of the relationships that the Brookline town government and police department have entered into with neighboring cities and towns, 8 neighboring cities and towns, up to 1,000 people actually potentially have access to the camera feeds in those cities and towns and various police departments outside of the town of Brookline. It means that in a system where all of those networked cameras are overlaid with face surveillance, someone, somewhere, could enter one of your names into this system and automatically retrieve a list of all of your public movements for as long as they have stored video footage. That is a kind of surveillance that is anathema to a free society. And it is why Amy Hummel has brought this important warrant article before the town meeting. The idea here is to ensure, as Amy said, that we are not allowing technology companies, or frankly, all due respect to law enforcement officials, to decide what the boundaries of our future freedoms ought to look like. That we have a deliberate and democratic conversation about what those freedoms ought to look like in the 21st century, and we don't let Jeff Bezos make that call for us, right? And he's intent on doing that, by the way. So this is why this movement that we hope Brookline will become a part of is so important. It is effectively to say, both to people in the town, most importantly, as well as to people throughout the country and the world that are currently grappling with these issues, that we, as citizens in a free democratic society, ought to be the ones to determine how and if we will allow these types of technologies to be used in our society, and to sort of throw a wrench in the gears of technological determinism that say, a theory that says, if the technology exists, it's going to be used, and there's not much we can do about it. So we are here to say that's not true. The city of Somerville stood up, and we are looking forward to working with the town of Brookline to stand up as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Clint Richmond, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 6. Yes. Sorry. It is late.
Yeah, I confirm.
Why am I here? Why are we all here? That's right. Some of you may know that I've been involved in privacy and freedom issues here in town since 2008, before I was a town meeting member. In fact, it was one of the things that spurred me to get involved as a town meeting member. Back when we were discussing police surveillance cameras, people expressed a lot of fear about facial recognition beyond the simple collection of images. So I think that was already sort of a no-go zone based on my impression of people's testimony, and there was a lot. But through a combination of various advances in imaging and computer technology, facial recognition has now arrived 11 years later. It's now being used on a large scale by governments in other countries, as Kate alluded to. And now we have heard that the technology is not currently in use by any town agencies. I do think we need to get out in front of this before it becomes common. Surveillance, including face, is easily deployed by private entities, and we see it all around at restaurants, bank ATMs, and T-buses, as well as companies who want to specialize in kind of mass private data collection. Some of these cameras are very up close up, and intrusive. I think this warrant article is to be commended because it opposes the continuous search without warrant by municipal users. Now, we don't know which businesses or government agencies might be using face recognition. There is no requirement for notification by these entities, although some might post generic notices about video monitoring. But as we've heard from other speakers, biometric data is personal and permanently identifying. However, it is not possible to opt out of its collection when in public, except perhaps by not leaving your home. This data is highly portable, which is why this warrant article prohibits the use of such data when provided or used by third parties. I think we had a safe community here in Brookline before facial recognition. I don't want Brookline to emulate New York City. Many of us have issues with what goes on at the State Fusion Center. I think this type of surveillance goes against American values, and I urge you to support this narrow warrant article and not wait. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Regina Frawley, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 16. This is a very compelling discussion. I'm really glad I am basically awake to hear it. I'm not so sure. But anyway, I'm glad I'm here. I think there are points made on both sides, but what was running through my mind is two things. One, if you've had your license renewed recently, your driver's license, it is an extremely invasive procedure. And it's not meant for somebody who's had a license for 50 years, who just had, I'm in the system, I should have been able to renew it. It's meant to look for something else, for illegals, for example. It's meant to do something other than what I paid my money for. There's also the elephant in the room is the government of the United States. That's really what we're concerned about. This particular government has made it very difficult for people to go about their business without some sense of dignity and privacy, and they're increasing. One way that they do invade the Brookline Police and other police forces is through Homeland Security grants. The grants, you're always happy to hear, we got a grant for this or that. But the bottom line is those grants are not even meant for what they say they're meant for. Again, they're funded usually through the NSA, the big mega data. It's a rabbit hole, it really is. So I'm not going to say that I've decided by listening tonight. I'm really glad I've been listening. I think both the chief and Amy have compelling arguments, and other people. I'm going to think even more about it, but let's be honest, this is really about our distrust of the federal government right now, and it's coming home to roost here. And this, whether or not this is one way to stop it or to minimize it, I don't know yet, but I believe the intent is earnest, but I also think the chief's intent is earnest. This is a tough one. Thank you.
Thank you. Before any other comments from the board? Before we close, I'd like to just say something. You may have recalled earlier I was speaking and suddenly my computer started talking to me. Apparently I used a word that it recognized, that Alexa recognized, and she began selling me something. That's a little different from what we're talking about here, but it's an illustration of how insidious and pervasive surveillance technologies are. We need to, Mr. Kleckner, put something over the camera on our tablets and turn off Alexa. Anyway, that's just a small item, but it sort of brings it home. But I think I'm a little troubled by the fact that it doesn't seem to have been, and maybe I'm wrong, much back and forth with the police department and the petitioner here. So I suggest that before the next presentation of this to the select board, that you have a conversation with the police department. I don't think you're going to agree on much, but that's okay. At town meeting, I think people want to know that you have been open-minded enough to try to engage the police department in terms of issues that they think are important, and then explain to town meeting why you've either accepted or rejected them. I think that will give people a much better level of comfort that this is a warrant article that has been thought through and addresses all the issues that may be out there, or at least many of the issues that may be out there. Like I said, I don't think you're going to agree on much, but the process of actually engaging with the police department is what's important. I think what town meeting would like to hear. I would like to hear. Okay. Any other comments before we go on to?
I'll just say only that I agree with your comments, and this is something that in principle I support, and I'd like to see a version of it get passed in town meeting. So that was the reason for my comments earlier, and I do want to thank the representative from the ACLU for joining us today. That was a terrific presentation, and definitely will be taking your comments to heart. Thanks.
And I read your long missive. I have to read it again to fully understand it because I'm a 20th century guy. You know? Anyway, okay. So, okay, moving on. Next item on the agenda is the question of appointing candidates to the following boards.
You got number 13.
Water and sewer. I missed something?
Number 13.
Never-ending meeting.
Scott, anything to say about water and sewer?
No, come on. This is an article that you've already heard, and we're wondering whether you're ready to vote it.
Yeah.
So I have an update for the board on the action of the advisory committee around Article 8. I figured that it would mean that the board likely would be able to take a vote. You already had your public hearing where you heard from Ernie Fry and David Lescoyer about wanting to move forward with offering a senior discount against the advice of council, who is recommending that we go for home rule legislation, which was also a recommendation of the Department of Revenue. So the full advisory heard that, and they essentially adopted the recommendation of the subcommittee, which I had presented to the board when we had the public hearing, which essentially adopted the words of the article, but added the words income eligible to the section 1 right before the word residence. And so the advisory committee voted favorable action on that. I believe that David Lescoyer is still planning on filing a motion, but I haven't seen an official motion filed as of yet. He had been talking with the moderator about it.
Can I just ask what's the impact of that change in language?
So it just basically makes it clear that any discount offered is going to be means tested for income eligibility.
Okay, any other questions?
So this means that we would go, if we voted this, we would give up the home rule petition?
No,
or it could be a parallel process?
I think it would be a parallel process. I think that, town council is advising that we should be following the advice of the Department of Revenue and seeking this legislation in order to offer a discount.
Okay, so are they suggesting that we not?
They suggest that we don't need it, and I think that town council is being more conservative in that regard, and so that's part of the conversation that was happening.
Okay, so if we,
We don't need it? Is that what
That's what
Well,
the
there are
opponents
some communities that have adopted it, there are some that haven't, but when we sought guidance from the Department of Revenue, we were encouraged to seek the home rule petition.
But the communities that have adopted it, have they been challenged by the state? or-
Not as of yet, but there's always that possibility without having the home rule legislation in
Well,
place.
but couldn't we adopt it and let it go through and then file a home rule petition in order?
That's what we had talked about, was doing the two
Because
things at
otherwise,
once.
we delay the implementation of it for low-income residents who are eligible, if we wait for a home rule petition, which could take 3 years.
So we currently offer a discount program. We were looking to modify that program. So given the advice of council, we filed this warrant article before we went and did additional changes to the program.
This article doesn't prohibit you from doing that, but it does seek authorization for us to submit the home rule petition.
Starts a process.
Okay, any other comments?
No, just if I remember right, this would expand a program that currently applies to, I think, 8 families or homeowners or individuals to about 50, which is, we talked about being a start
Yep.
to something greater.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. I move we vote favorable action on warrant article 8, correct? All in favor? Ms.
Sorry,
As
can I just,
amended by the advisory
as amended by the
committee?
advisory
I'm sorry,
committee.
as amended by the advisory. late, Melissa, bear with me. So I move we vote favorable action on warrant Article 8 as amended by the advisory committee. Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
Thank you.
Okay. So question of appointing candidates to the following boards and commissions. I assume we mean members to the following boards and commissions, right?
Yes.
So Solid Waste Advisory Committee, you're gonna,
I'm going to try. Bear with me with my voice. But I think the issue here was whether or not the board had any vacancies or the ability to expand this committee. We've determined that you're not prohibited from expanding the committee, and the committee has recommended this additional member, Marga Dieter, and there's nothing to preclude you from expanding the committee to appoint her.
okay. So you gonna read her name? And
Sure, I'll read you.
You want me to do that?
Why don't you do that?
Let's see. her
Sure.
name. So pronounce it right. Okay. So, appoint applicant Marga Dieter. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Ms. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay.
And on the diversity, inclusion, and community relations, we have two members that are current members whose terms have expired and are interested in reappointment. And to my knowledge, there are no other applicants. That would be Mr. Cawthorn and Ms. Chico, so I'll read their names for reappointment. Okay, thanks.
Save your voice. All in favor of Mr. Cawthorn, John Malcolm Cawthorn, for the Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations Commission. Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. All in favor of Jessica Chico for the Diversity, Commission on Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay.
On the final one, there's a new committee. The committee appointed the,
We appointed members of this committee a
Yes.
couple of weeks ago, and I think we have an appointment for the Department of Public Works.
well, it says the committee shall be comprised of the Director of Public Works or his designee. He hasn't designated anybody, so I think
Okay,
it's Mr. Papasturgeon.
Okay, well.
He's the incumbent.
Let's appoint him, and he can appear or not.
Seek an alternate
Seek an
manager.
alternate, right. So, all in favor of Andrew Papasturgeon for the Pedestrian-Friendly Streetlight Committee, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay. Now, where is their big crowd?
Oh, watching from home.
Okay. Okay. So the question that we're faced with on this item is whether this select board should place on the ballot at some point in the future a debt exclusion for financing the Driscoll School. We have it listed as November 5th ballot. That was put in just so we get this onto the agenda. We are absolutely not going to put it on the agenda November 5th. And one of the reasons why is that tonight we're going to, for the first time, get, in a formal sense, information with respect to the school committee's plans and school district's plans relative to addressing the enrollment problem and specifically how the Driscoll School, proposed Driscoll School, fits into that plan. Before receiving such information, we're not really capable of voting whether or when to put something on the ballot. So this is the beginning of a process that hopefully will result in our being able to make that decision. So, Mr. Loomis,
Hello.
welcome.
Hello, Mr. Green. It's so nice to see you at this hour.
We used to meet at, what, 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, I don't know which one I prefer. Actually, I do. I prefer 8 o'clock. So what I've been asked to present, and I'm going to check this with folks before I launch into this, is our long-term capital plan, Driscoll being a major piece of that, but wanting to get across to the committee and those who are listening at home or in the audience here, just what the need is to address our enrollment needs, or overcrowding needs, or substandard space needs. So that's what I'm about to launch into. And if you don't want that right now, I need to know, because I'm about to hit go here. Well,
I'm joking.
Okay, thank you.
Well, answer the question.
So I will say that actually you have seen this information before. This is not necessarily new information, okay? And I'll explain that, what I mean by that in a moment, because not a whole lot has changed in terms of our need since the May vote on the override. Everything that stood before and existed before exists today. And then maybe even some more information which will hopefully make the case stronger. So the three-school solution, which this body, the school committee, and the ad hoc subcommittee voted on in June of 2018, still stands. At that point, those three bodies used a tremendous amount of work that's been generated by the community since 2009, which included numerous site selection studies, enrollment projection reports, a feasibility study, and then expansion in place efforts that added 55 classrooms in our buildings, and also through leases, and then also more than 80 public meetings in just 3 years between 2015 and 18. That body of work led to the three-school solution agreed upon by those three groups, the Select Board, School Committee, and ad hoc subcommittee of the advisory. That plan, which remains in place today, is a 5-section school, which meant renovating or rebuilding the Pierce School with MSBA, a 4-section school, which is a rebuilt and expanded Driscoll School, and then what we call a 2++ section school, which is really a pre-K to 8 section school that has a special education program and an English language education program within it. Okay. At that point, we expected it to be Baldwin. Of course, we all know what happened there. After much hard work from a lot of folks, it could potentially be, at this point, Old Lincoln, Newbury, or an identified site. One of the changes here, the school committee is now only working in planning specifically for sites that we own or control. So at this point, as I'll explain, Old Lincoln is top of the list here. That can change depending on what the town does on whether it's Newbury or other sites as well. So what was approved last week by the school committee is a slight alteration of that plan, okay? And that's to allow and I'll explain that in a moment. So you see the school committee plans, this is the actual language they voted on. The school committee plans to move forward with 3-school solution, a 5-section Pierce School with MSBA, a 4-section Driscoll School as designed, okay, those are the same, and then a new 3++ section school. The reason the difference you see between this and this is simply the school committee wanting to have as much flexibility as possible because of the number of unknowns. What I mean by that is a 5-section Pierce School could, in some worlds, become a 4-section Pierce School if MSBA insists on that. A 4-section Driscoll School may not be approved by the town meeting or voters. Okay, in that case, we would still need flexibility to have a 3++ section school. Okay, this is the preferred route. Okay, this is some flexibility that's built in. Let me just pause there to see if folks understand that, just that variation, because we understand that these two slides could be confusing to folks in their difference. Any questions from the board on that? Yes, Ms. Hamilton.
So maybe I'm opening a can of worms, but why does it go from 2++ to 3++++?
Sure, that's because at this point, no crystal balls among us, we don't know exactly what's going to work out with the first two legs of that, okay?
Oh, so you're kind of building in like a little capacity.
Yeah, some cushion, basically, okay? It doesn't mean that we will definitely build, we will not,
You can always scale it back.
Here.
It's
right,
difficult to scale it up.
Right.
Okay.
The capacity we need is this. Okay, that hasn't changed from last year, from 2018, that sort of stuff, okay? They're just simply building some flexibility, not knowing what exactly will happen from here out. Is that clear to folks? Okay. It's an important distinction, so I'm glad you asked that question, Ms. Hamilton. So in terms of the ongoing need for increased capacity, okay, the continued overcrowding, we are still more than 1,500 students above where we were in FY06, okay? That has required us to build classrooms out of lockers and hallways and split classrooms, that sort of thing. We still have substandard facilities, particularly for most vulnerable populations, like special education students and students who are learning English. Our buildings continue to be outdated, and they are at or nearing their end of life. That's specifically Driscoll and Pierce. Baker's further down the line, but it's getting there as well. Okay, but Driscoll and Pierce need to be replaced because they are at or nearing their end of life. The need for additional classroom spaces for special education, so particularly RISE, as we talked about all through the Baldwin process, and also English learner education programs, as we have also talked about all through the ninth school process. BEEP, we remain committed to returning BEEP classrooms into the K-8 schools, and you've seen that in whenever we are designing a new school, whether it be Coolidge Corner, Driscoll, or Baldwin, we always put in BEEP classrooms. I'll talk about more of that later, but that would be needing 14 classrooms just to return the BEEP classrooms into the pre-K to 8s. Okay. Sorry, this eliminated use of leased spaces, that should actually be $1.5 million annually at this point. And then administrative spaces that used to be in school buildings are now temporarily housed at Clark Road. We will be using those for, as you all agreed upon, using those for classroom spaces. So we'll be needing administrative space either in our existing buildings or through other means. Could be Newbury, could be site determined later, could be leases. And then also this last bill is simply saying that the Expand in Place program, which has been successful in many ways, is built out and complete. We cannot build any more classrooms within our buildings at this point. So those are the needs for increased capacity. And now we're going to go into a few different pieces here, and we'll talk about the specific buildings, including Driscoll. So going forward, the school committee is only going to plan on using properties, will only plan using properties that are currently under its control. Okay, hence the need to look at Old Lincoln School. That may change if we acquire more properties. It allows the district to balance current enrollment and also accommodate projected student growth, okay, or just the maintaining of student enrollment as is. Begins to address the school committee's long-term goal to bring BEEP classes back into our K to 8s. These are benefits of the three-school plan. And then allows the district to complete minimal student reassignment and simultaneously expand spaces to bring early education classes back into elementary schools. What the plan does not do at this point is address district administrative space needs or long-term solutions for Baker, okay, which are all coming down. District administrative space, will be needed a year from now, or really 11 months from now. Long-term solutions for Baker are a few years off. So let's focus on Pierce first, and we'll get into Driscoll, then we'll talk about the 2++. So the Pierce School has reached the completion of its life cycle. The historical building was built in 1899. The expansion and the new building was built, the quote-unquote new building, was built in 1974. So 45 years later, that building is out of date. It's not ADA accessible. It needs remediation and updating. It was originally designed as a 3-section school. Through leases, through the historical building, it now holds 5 sections. If we rebuild a 5-section school at Pierce, we don't increase the capacity of the school system at all. We simply make Pierce a much better learning environment for all of its students and families and teachers. Okay. Currently, there's been no expansion, even though we're now at 5 sections. There's been no expansion of core academic spaces, including the cafeteria, gymnasium, library, which means they're inadequate for the student body and they're out of date. We're also ending the lease of 5 classrooms at 62 Harvard at the end of this school year. So we'll need 5 more classes there. We're hoping to achieve those 5 classrooms by moving numerous classrooms, early education classrooms, to the Clark Road building. This is the timeline for the MSBA, just to be really clear on this. So this is a timeline set by the MSBA that we abide by. I'm going to point to you, so we're in the process now, the eligibility period. That'll go until February 2020. We won't know, if you see the bolded lines there, debt exclusion override and MSBA vote on the project. We won't get approval from voters and the MSBA until at the earliest spring, early summer 2021. Okay, we won't know for sure that project's going forward until almost 2 years from now. Okay, and then once it's built, it'll be the earliest we expect the completion of the project is 2026. That's without phasing. That's without land acquisition. Okay, so that's still 9 years away. Right, 9 years away. 9 years away, 7 years away, sorry, 7 years away. So just to be clear on the timing on that, it's not soon. So moving on to Driscoll. So as we've all agreed on and been operating on, no MSBA partnership for Driscoll. Driscoll has also reached the completion of its life cycle. I am opening an invitation to all of you to come visit the Pierce School, the Driscoll School, and also Old Lincoln School. You'll see the kind of great shape Old Lincoln is in, and you'll see the less than adequate shape that Pierce and Driscoll are in. But until you've actually seen and walked through those school buildings, I think it's hard to understand how they're really in poor shape, and shape that Brookline honestly should not stand for. The building systems and other building envelope related elements need to be replaced. We've been holding off on the heating and essential systems because we thought we were going to be doing this rebuilding. There are also envelope, pieces, bricks and roof, and that are having trouble right now and need to be replaced. Not the roof itself, but the cornices and that sort of thing. The current building does not meet the needs of 21st century education. It was originally designed as a 2-section school. It was expanded to a 3-section school. It's operating now as a 3-section plus school. And the density of the student population in Driscoll, which also is surrounded by Coolidge Corner and the Runkle school zones, warrant the need for a 4-section school. The school has some of our biggest classes in the district at this point and has for a number of years. It's also the school that has grown the largest on a percentage basis, as we showed you numerous times over the past few years. So a possible project timeline for Driscoll, sort of revised timeline. Article 4, if that goes forward at the town meeting, and then waiting for your guidance and direction on when a townwide debt exclusion vote would occur. Modifications to the original timeline will be needed once the project passes, both town meeting and a townwide vote. Up to 1 year of planning and construction time could have been lost with the delay in funding approval. So the most aggressive and optimistic timeline that we imagine at this point is that construction documents are complete sometime late summer 2020, as opposed to spring 2020 is what the original plan was. That construction would commence sometime in fall of 2020, and the occupancy could happen at the earliest 2023. So you essentially have 2 years of construction. That hasn't changed, excuse me. But the best thing you could do at that point would be occupancy midway through the school year of 2022, 2023. That is aggressive and optimistic. If town meeting doesn't vote, if there isn't a relatively soon townwide referendum vote, or, for example, construction documents take longer than 8 or 9 months, then that can all slip to fall 2023 at its earliest. I want to be sort of open about that.
That third bullet point, the second line there, can you just talk a little bit more about that and when, at what point this sort of delay would be triggered?
Yeah. So from what we hear, what we've been told by the architects, construction, so once the funding is approved, town meeting and that, the debt exclusion, they're going to need 8 to 12 months on construction documents. Okay, and that's, going from where we are now is the schematic design to making, documents that, can be built from, okay? And so the two things that can slip there. So right now, if you think 8 to 9 months is the shortest time frame to develop those, and you need 2 years of construction, if we get into, the late winter period, you are pushing this already, okay? Because if you're adding 9 months, you're down in November, December. You don't start construction immediately once those documents are done, and then you need 2 years of construction. If you start construction past December, January, so December 2020, January 2021, 2 years of construction, you won't be in that building. The building won't be complete till after the first of the year, 2023. If it's complete in January, February, March of 2023, you don't move students into it. Okay, so that's where we're slipping. Is that clear enough?
Right. It is.
Okay, great.
So we wouldn't have this issue as bad if a debt exclusion was on the ballot sometime this year, before the end of the year. It's only late winter.
Sorry,
that you
I operate in school years, but you mean the calendar year.
calendar year.
Right, that's exactly. I mean, there's still potential, I'm being optimistic, that you could get a summer 2022 opening. But that is like literally being very optimistic, okay? You have to accelerate both the construction documents timeline and the construction timeline, okay? And that's very difficult to do, okay? So if I'm at my most optimistic, if the town voted in November, there's some possibility of that, okay? But I hope I'm being really clear that.
What about debt exclusion in December? That's.
Yeah, there is some possibility. It's highly unlikely. If you're talking December, I still think we're most likely on this timeline. Okay? The only way to get fall 2022, the only way, I think, okay, from what I've been told by architects, is to have something in November, December. And that's not guaranteed. Okay?
Yeah. That's our best chance.
It's our best chance. I mean, right. The soonest you can possibly do it, which is November, December, leads to the soonest possible you could do. And that's not guaranteed in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah. Well, we're stuck with it because of what happened in May, so.
Right. And so, yeah. I think I've been clear on that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Old Lincoln School. So, again, school committee now is planning with what it knows it has. Okay. And there are two properties we own, Old Lincoln School and Baldwin. Okay, OLS is currently serving BHS 9th grade through June 2021. Okay, that's if everything goes according to plan on that project. There are 18 to 20 general education classrooms in there, additional 4 to 6 classrooms for art, music, special education services, learning supports. That is essentially a 2++ classroom building. Okay, meaning you could have two classrooms in K through 8, and then the additional classrooms and support areas to support those children, all the children in the school, as well as having specials, art, music, that sort of thing. Okay, those rooms have been fully renovated for upper devotion, and then also for BHS. It's a facility that's in good shape. If you haven't seen it recently, you should go see it. We'll lead a tour for you, but it's working very, very well and has worked for a number of years. The planning timeline for that, okay, this would be to use it in September 2021. Okay, that's only available if the BHS building project remains on schedule. Okay, is that we would begin student assignment and school assignment and what to do about that starting in January 2020. We would begin that process. I'll talk about that more. It's a year-long process at the very least. Okay, we also start planning on how to grow the school. You start with K1 and add grades every year. You start with K and 5. There's just different ways to grow a school or to start a school, okay? None of those decisions have been made yet. We begin that after the first of the year. Spring 2020, you have a principal hiring to begin in September 2020. Fall 2020, classroom configuration will be determined. Staff assignment hiring plan would be planned out. Okay, you start to hire staff winter through spring into summer of 2021. And then BHS moves out of OLS in July, and we do a quick turnaround. Building opens for some grades of a K to 8 in September 2021. That is the most optimistic time frame for using Old Lincoln School as a ninth school, essentially. Questions on that?
So that assumes we're not going to have an opportunity to put a school at Newberry, for example.
So this is the first option because we plan, we first plan for what we know we have, okay, and I'll talk about Newberry, literally the next slide.
Okay.
Go on to that. So this is site TBD, okay. Again, it's following the 2++ approach we used at Baldwin, okay. Newberry College, as you know, is being studied currently. We'll find out more information in the upcoming weeks, okay. So the possible project timeline for a new site, Newberry or any others, is essentially July in year 1, so after the site is located, a feasibility phase would begin. Okay, we've been through these a few times. Cost estimates and preferred design finalized. Sorry. A year later. I'm sorry, something about this is confusing me. Yeah, so July to April is cost estimates and preferred design finalized and shared with town boards and community members, okay? Town meeting would have to vote on schematic design funding. Schematic design phase begins. Schematic design phase takes 8 or 9 months. After, in the second year, we would have a townwide referendum and a town meeting vote for funding. Technical drawings are completed a year after that. Construction technical drawings. Construction commences later that third year, 2 year for construction, so we typically count on. So 5 years after the town decides to move forward with a feasibility phase, a design feasibility phase, is when you could count on student occupancy. Okay? So that's at least a 5-year process in terms of its optimistic and most aggressive. We're not putting any years on that because we don't know what's out there. We don't know if Newbury's going to come to fruition. We don't know if there's another site. And this, of course, doesn't account for, it accounts for smooth sailing, no repeats of different phases, no litigation, no zoning issues, that sort of thing. Okay, so again, 5 years is the minimum from the time the town goes forward with saying this is a site we're going to use, and students are in there. We stop there. So what all of this requires, whether it's something at Old Lincoln or something at, say, Newbury or some other site, is at this point our school assignment zones need to be reviewed and revised. Even if you weren't adding buildings, they probably need to be. For example, if you expand Driscoll to a 4-section school, you've got to revise and review them. Also, they haven't been reviewed in such a long time, and our buffer zones have gotten so big, we really need to look at them just to understand where our students are going and if they need to be actually redone at this point. So this process would begin the earliest in 2020. It would take at least 12 months. It's a public process that goes through the school committee policy subcommittee and the full school committee. 3 years ago, we released a memo sort of documenting both the process and the criteria that would be used in any school reassignment process. Here are a few of those bullets, just to give you a sense. We would provide targeted relief to schools in relation to their space and class size. We would avoid creating socioeconomic disproportionality in student assignments. That's an essential piece to this, whether it's in South Brookline, North Brookline, or anywhere else. Okay, we can't disadvantage any group of students, especially by socioeconomic level. Take into account geographical continuity and geographic boundaries of existing neighborhoods. That's another one of the criteria. We would, in our efforts, we'd also have to size schools, so we regain and maintain classroom space for art, music, special education, English language programs, as well as for core spaces. So there's some rebalancing of school size or school population through this process. And then also we would make sure we would try to minimize the impact of any change on current students. So the idea there is a grandfathering of students or families into their existing schools. Okay. You wouldn't move a 7th or 8th grader, but you may give an option to a family who has a kindergarten, say 1st grader, if they want to move, type of thing. Okay. You also may ask people to move too, but that's way down the process and depends on a lot of different specific decisions. So, but that's just so you know that we've had that in place for 3 years now. What the process is, it's available on our website. We can get copies for you if you like it. But there are 15 criteria that have been named as the ones we would look at when we are reviewing the school assignment zones. So just a few more things here. BEEP, there's longstanding goals of the school committee related to BEEP, and that's to bring those early education classrooms back into our K-8s. It's also to expand them to meet the demand. We have an expectation that we could go from 21 to 27 classrooms. We've been in 21 for quite some time. We would also ensure, as I said before, that all future school renovations or rebuildings would include 2, if not 3, BEEP classrooms. And then we expect that in the short term, BEEP classes will continue to move out of K-8 buildings to allow Driscoll, to provide relief to Driscoll. That's happened already this year by moving one BEEP classroom to Clark Road, and then also to allow Heath to add a RISE program and potentially a native language support program for ELE students at the Heath program. We'd be moving their BEEP classes over to Baldwin. So just quickly, this just shows you where we plan to have BEEP locations in the next upcoming years. If you think about it as 2 BEEP centers, one in North Brookline, one in South Brookline. So one at the Lynch Center in North Brookline, one at the Baldwin School in South Brookline, and then also in our K-8s as they're rebuilt or renovated. We would continue just at this point to have leased classrooms, both at Putterham and Beacon, until we can put those classrooms into existing K-8s. One possibility we're looking at down the road, if Hancock Village actually comes online and increases the student population at Baker, we could potentially move Baker classrooms to Putterham and then move the Beep classrooms from Putterham to Baldwin. That's, again, down the road, but something we have to plan for, expecting that at some point Hancock Village grows, that housing is created and then it impacts Baker. This is just about using Baldwin as a Beep center. So presently it has both the Winthrop House and the Brookline School Staff Children's Center, daycare center there. Winthrop House will move to the BHS campus in July 2021. We have given notice, we gave notice to the BSSCC in fall of 2018. I've been working with them to find a new location since then. And because we anticipate we'll need that Baldwin next year for both Beep classes, Beep administrative space, which is now at Clark Road, and also potentially other administrative space. It's also at Clark Road right now. And then last but not least, and these are things that aren't identified in the long-term plan at this point. We, as you know, moved 42 staff members from Webster Place, once we gave up that lease, to Clark Road for this year alone. We have 18 staff members at the Sperber Education Center, which Pierce may need next year because we're losing 5 classes at 62 Harvard because that lease is up. So we will have a need to put 60 staff members who support students, families, our schools every single day to have administrative space that may be between 15,000 and 25,000 square feet of office space that is not funded at this point. And just to point out that additional funds are also needed to fully fund Clark Road through FY25. So those are other pieces that aren't in the plan as I laid out in terms of the 3-school solution, but they're challenges we do face. Those are some random ideas for what to do with administration, including trailers on public parking lots, trailers near the public library, or identifying lease space by going through an RFP process. Let me stop there. Oh, just one last piece, enrollment projection report. Folks are asking about that. We're in the process of finalizing a contract with a consultant to redo our methodology and create, use a more complex methodology that presumably would be more, it would increase the accuracy and the predictability of our enrollment projection reports. You'll see some of the factors that would be included in the new methodology. This has been delayed a little bit because initially we got one response for a consultant, and that was a $100,000 cost, which was way beyond what we were hoping for. The good news is we've recently, after re-releasing a modified RFQ, we got back 3 legitimate quotes, and we're going with the one with the group that with Newton, and we're also worked with Wellesley recently. The unofficial kindergarten enrollment, for those who care, is 603 students right now. That's actually right on target for what we projected last year. At this time, it would be this year, what we projected last year. I'll just leave you with that. That's the need, ongoing need for increased capacity, whether it's at Driscoll, Pierce, and OLS, or a school to be named later. Nothing's changed since May.
Well,
except our schools are a year older.
Yeah.
That's another thing, but we still have overcrowded schools, substandard spaces, Beeps and rental space. We're spending more on lease spaces than we had in the past, and we have more and more need to help our most vulnerable populations.
Okay. So I'd like to first of all urge select board members to take Mr. Loomis up on the offer to tour Old Lincoln School. If we were to open Old Lincoln School as a K-8 elementary school, one issue that I see that I think is very critical is that that school is going to be where we put kids in the public housing buildings on High Street. That looks bad. without.
No,
you know,
it looks bad, it is bad.
It is bad, although it may not be bad depending on what, Old Lincoln looks like now. Even if it's a pristine school, it still is bad, it's a bad message, so
So I just
that
want,
impacts.
I do want to address that directly. So
Yeah.
as I pointed out, one of the real clear criteria in terms of looking at school assignment zones is that we don't have disproportionality in any one school around any specific group, whether it's students who come from low-income families or any other race or class or subgroup. I mean, we can't do that. It's a civil rights violation, okay? And so there are definitely ways you can look at school assignment zones so you ensure that doesn't happen, and we have to make sure it wouldn't happen. And we also have to open OLS at the same time, knowing that, at this point, OLS is actually in better shape than Pierce or Driscoll and probably one or two of our other buildings, very honestly. It's a very good facility, but I am certainly aware of your concern, Mr. Green, and we share the same concern.
I have one other concern, I'm sorry.
Can I just follow up on this really quickly? When you say there are other ways, do you mean like bisecting a housing development and having students go to different schools, or what are the ways to actually do that?
Yeah, you can have actually districts that overlap, okay? Right now, our districts, except for the buffer zones, the buffer zones are where you do have overlap, and that's one way actually, right now, we do split neighborhoods, okay? Meaning if you're in a buffer zone, you may live next door to a person who goes to a different school than you do. And we do that in order to maintain really equality in terms of size of schools. Okay, that's what our buffer zones do. That's the purpose of them. So you could essentially have something very similar that's actually a defined school zone or a buffer zone. Just keep using that. So you can have overlay zones that actually literally overlap. Okay, or buffer zones which are similar purposes where a portion overlaps. But those are the ways you go about it.
Helpful, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
One other issue that I see with Old Lincoln School is that it does not have playground space except across Route 9. And it's
And
completely...
we heard about Route 9.
Pardon?
We heard about Route 9
Right.
during the Baldwin
Correct.
discussion.
And it seems to me that for that reason alone, the building might be fine and better than some of the ones we've got now, but the school in toto is not equal to the other schools. It's just not. It can never be because of this Route 9 and playground problem. So it concerns me that the plan is seriously looking at Old Lincoln. It's fine for swing space. Everyone can bear it for a year or two. But to go through 9 years of schooling and walk across Route 9 every single day, twice a day or maybe more, is not acceptable to me, at any rate. And I can't believe that there are many parents who are going to be happy about that either. But I do see that there's a way to construct a plan which would involve two larger schools, Pierce and Baldwin, 5 sections each, and a Newberry school, which would be equal to the size of Lincoln. You'd make it small. It wouldn't be as big. But I really don't see how you can factor in Old Lincoln here, given its geography and its lack of a playground.
I just want to be clear, you said 2 larger schools at Pierce and Baldwin.
I think you meant Driscoll, right?
Is that?
I meant Driscoll.
Okay, so I just want to be clear about that.
It's late.
I don't think that, I think we're well beyond our first choices. The community's been at this for 10 years, and I don't think Old Lincoln would be necessarily a first choice. In fact, it's not a first choice. Okay, we've gone through at least 2 or 3 different first choices. So that's where we are right now. And I applaud the school committee for planning only with what we own, because we've been trying to do it other ways for a long time, and we haven't made progress. And as we have not made progress, our buildings have gotten older, our schools have gotten more crowded, our substandard spaces have gotten worse. So
I understand, I do, I really understand, and I'm as frustrated as anybody in the room, you know? But, and I certainly see the need for Driscoll renovations, whether it be the old building or a new building, but I also see the need to expand it in order to, we have to make a plan for the town. We can't just make plans for this neighborhood or that neighborhood or the other neighborhood. And so that's my major concern. And if we have a plan, which, you know, I mean, we'll see what happens with Newbury. We're on a fast track in terms of trying to purchase the land and figure out a plan. So it may be that we have a plan by the spring for Newbury, in which case Driscoll at the size proposed makes sense. But if we don't have it, then it seems to me that we have to think about expanding Driscoll, looking at Pierce as a 5-section as well, and adding on to some of the other schools, like Heath. And I know that's not ideal either, but it's certainly, to me, it's better than having students go to an inherently unequal school, like Old Lincoln.
Any other comments?
I actually have a question. I make some people's heads pop off, but you know, as a lot of what you projected out was many years in the future. You know, I hope that sometime in the future we're able to get to a place also where we can have something like universal pre-K. I know you mentioned BEEP a lot, but universal pre-K in the town, is that something at all that and I know you've been on in this job for a very short time, but sort of the administration is like sort of considered or thought about as there's conversations about this, maybe with potentially some state or federal support to provide something like that, and if we could, where those kids might end up being, and the educators that would be there with them, of course.
So this is my 5th year here. I personally have not heard folks talk about universal pre-K. Okay, maybe some folks have, and I could be misspeaking, but I've not, and I think one of the major reasons they haven't is the lack of facilities. And we have no place to grow beyond what we are right now. I mean, with Clark Road, actually, we have been able to add a classroom to BEEP. First time we've added a classroom for BEEP in a long time. You know, there's a tremendous demand out there, but I personally, my opinion is that people have not considered universal pre-K because it's a non-starter in terms of our facilities.
Right.
You know, so, but I do know that I think our early education staff probably has an idea of what that would mean in terms of numbers. I don't personally, but so I haven't seen it or heard it discussed. I think primarily for space reasons, honestly.
Right, and I would just encourage and to you and any school committee members that are listening to sort of think about this going forward in the future. I think if this is something that pedagogically we think is important, is to engage, and we do obviously through BEEP engage some kids at that age, but if we think that that's important for all kids, then even if it is not in this sort of 3 to 5 year time horizon, but maybe even in a longer time horizon, potentially thinking about what that might mean for us, and maybe starting to envision plans that include space for that as well in the future, if it's something that we think is pedagogically sound.
Okay, anything else?
I will say that I have been a big supporter of the Driscoll project, although maybe I should back up. I was actually a pretty harsh skeptic. Like a year and a half ago when we had the placement and we were trying to kind of do the a la carte options. And I remember seeing Driscoll, +9 for like $80 million or whatnot. And I remember a bunch of us kind of laughing at the idea that we were going to spend that kind of money to net 9 classrooms. And then it became this like 3-part solution and whatnot. And I got roped into being on the building committee because Chairman Wyszynski at the time was going to be leaving the select board and we needed continuity. So, I was it. And I was sitting through those meetings at 7:30 in the morning. And watching the whole process unfold, I saw us get nearly 40% more open space for the kids who, are basically playing on paved areas, addressing a whole bunch of substandard spaces that really need to be addressed. And I guess I'm frustrated because I know that we've lost a year. The overcrowding is not really going away. We don't really know the projections, and we can sit here and argue about whose math is right, but I see this as an algebraic formula. We're solving for A, B, and C. Driscoll is part of that equation. Pierce is part of that equation. I think enough support is around the Driscoll 4 that we can concentrate on, okay, and now we know that Pierce is probably going to be 5 sections. Now we have to concentrate on what that last piece of the puzzle is. And waiting for all of the puzzle pieces to come at the same time is, in my opinion, wasting precious time that we could be starting the ball rolling with one construction project. Because if we start to do all of these things at the same time, one, we don't have the capacity, staff-wise. Two, the money gets really tight. And three, the space, like, we're gonna need swing space. And it behooves us to try to stagger these projects because they are 4 to 6 years long. So if we can start Driscoll first, we're going to then know more information about the Pierce project. We're going to know more information about how realistic the projections are once we hire somebody to, do another study. So the longer we wait for this, like, perfect ideal, it's late, I can't finish my own sentence.
You see me nodding because I'm very much in agreement with you. There's no perfect solution. Waiting, I think, as you said, I like the way you phrased it, waiting for all the pieces to fit together means we could be waiting longer and longer. We know that every day we wait in terms of construction costs, Driscoll becomes more expensive. The school department, the school committee does not see a plan that doesn't include Driscoll 4. Okay, so I certainly would urge you folks to move forward with this as you see fit, because we're going to have to take it one piece at a time. Even though we may be planning multiple pieces, they will all happen in a series, and I think the series needs to get going.
Okay, any other comment?
Here, here.
You're here. Let's see. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the point of this was to get the school or the select board informed of where we are. We've been hearing rumors about meetings you've been having. We've been hearing social media posts or seeing social media posts. We can't act on those things in terms of our deliberation.
We will be giving a very similar presentation tomorrow at the advisory subcommittee, so if Mr. Franco is available and wants to come hear that, he can hear it then. I'm happy to meet with him, personally to get him up to date, but whatever you folks need in terms of information from us, we're happy to provide.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, that concludes our meeting at, 10:50.
So